2023 LPL 下集赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The Power of Youth， 热血青春比赛正式开始。
下集赛终于开始了，老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下。燃烧吧，青春！
两位最佳新秀，你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，
感接每一波，感接每一波才战，我们感接每一波才战。
敢孤注一掷，
没错，就在今天。我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们的本事，阻止他们。
We team is the best。
年轻就是要狂。
前途未定，一切皆有可能。
我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
新的10年，看我们的！
来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？
来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the split of Might Guy, if I've ever heard one. It is the power of youth here in the LPL, so we welcome you back for our second day already, running headfirst into summer, and of course the world split is what awaits with 4 teams to represent as you'd expect. My name is Hysterics. I'm joined by Jamada yet again, who was here yesterday to open us up, and sir, all I can say to you is you are repping the denim today. You have done what I asked. We are coming into day 2 in style.
Yeah, you know, I saw you had the denim. I was going to rock this funky shirt, and I was like, let me match my brother with the denim. Happy to be here with you. Second day in a row for me. And yeah, I'm excited to get into today.
Yeah, I mean, look, today should be good again. Yesterday's games were a little bit funky. We had some slow tempo, and then we really built up with a crazy game 3. We can talk about it super quick. AL vs Ultra Prime. Was it game 2 or game 3, Javada, which was just out of this world?
Game 3 was just like, for some reason, these guys just decided to like full on, I don't know, you know in movies, action movies, where it's like they both have knives and then they both just drop them and just start throwing fisticuffs? That was game 3 between Ultra Prime and Anyone's Legend. It could have gone either way. It was Ultra Prime that took it in the end. I think well deserved. It felt like they got a good download after their game 1 thrashing, and after that, they just went on the up and up.
And props to FPX versus TT as well, right? I know you also did that one where FPX were very surprising considering they had such a rough last split. TT were the ones who made playoffs, but obviously they've made some roster changes. Hasn't worked out so far. So FPX stands tall with 1 win sitting alongside Ultra Prime as well. But we have to look at what's coming up today. Another couple of debuts. IG versus LGD is where you and I start, but later, NIP versus EDG. We've got some fun roster moves to talk about there as well, Jamada. And of course, looking at EDG, who still have high expectations.
Yeah, EDG should still have those very, very high expectations. I've been saying it since, well, for the last couple of days. I feel like EDG should be pretty irritated seeing how MSI went after their playoffs run as well, falling just a touch short after, you know, looking like undoubtedly the second best team for a very long time throughout spring. So I'm excited to see how they're actually going to come into this split, especially considering we've moved into an even heavier AD carry patch where you would expect Leave is going to absolutely thrive.
Well, look, we'll talk about that in a little bit because EDG NIP is coming up later. Let's start with IG versus LGD. We're talking about roster changes here first. And starting with IG, I think a lot of people will be excited about this because IG have may as well lost Gideon and Dove, the two Korean imports, but they have gained Cryan, MSI champion, and Tianjin, who Jamada. I was talking to you about this guy, the Rengar OTP, the LDL character who got banned away 90% or more of the time from that said champion. Tianjin is feared on this pick, and I feel like it's the perfect meta to start talking about the potential of Rengar today.
Yeah, man, assassins are kind of in a, definitely 100% solo queue, and I've heard a lot of whispers from the pro players that I've been speaking to about the occasional Rengar here and there, specifically actually into Kha'Zix, which is, of course, the other AD assassin, which is very, very strong. Feels like I'm back in 2014 or something, maybe. We'll have to see whether or not Tianjin actually gets his hands on that, and, of course, Cryan as well in the mid lane. I think when you've got such strong side laners in YSKM and then obviously Arn and Wink in the bottom side, having a facilitating-esque mid laner like Cryan who loves to occasionally lane could be harder because of the patch changes. We'll get into that later on, of course. It just is a roster move that makes sense. So I'm really, really hyped to see what IG look to do and how they will evolve starting from today.
Yeah, and I think as well when you have elements that have stayed in place, right? Like especially YSKM for his debut split in spring, Arn and Wink who became this fearsome 2v2, maybe you have a little bit more stability for IG that we can also bring up when we talk about those patch changes and how they affect Invictus Gaming. IG missed out on playoffs. It was narrowly by a single series win, but IG still missed out. They didn't make it in. Having said that, LGD, it wasn't narrowly. They definitely missed out on playoffs. And Jamada, they've kept the majority of the same roster with Meteor re-debuting here in 2023. Fiend is still there, Haichao there. But we have a new AD carry over from Live Sandbox, a playoff team only last split in Korea. The LCK's very own Envy, who has now joined in and taken the place of LPC.
Yeah, very, very strong AD carry player. And again, can't really overstate this enough. Given the meta that we're walking into, if you have a skilled AD carry in the bottom lane, it's going to just typically pay dividends, of course. I think that LGD did obviously struggle a lot throughout spring, but we started to see some very clear improvements from a lot of the teams actually towards the bottom end of the split table rather at the end of last split. So I think for LGD, if they continue to build on some of that momentum that they were building up in spring here in summer, they could look to pull off a couple of very solid results, I think.
And as we saw yesterday, right, like FPX TT, the best example. FPX really struggled last split, and it was nice to see that they came into the split firing. So today, ladies and gentlemen, as we open up IG versus LGD, we're going to be asking the same questions. Who's learnt the most over the break as the power of youth returns in full force? What a name for the split. All I said when I saw this announced, Jamada, I'm like, dude, someone has been watching too much Naruto. Someone's the biggest Guy Sensei fan. They just wanted to unleash their inner weaver. They're like, I'm going to put this in here as the title of the LPL Summer Split.
Yeah, they just watched the episode where a guy punched a hole in Murder's chest, and that's the only thing I can think of right now. But it is a very, very fitting motto. I think we've seen so many LDL players come up, not only in this split, right? Ooh, okay, very interesting workout. But from, spring as well, we had, of course, the biggest highlights would probably be Elk and Leave, right? Leave stepping into the shoes of Viper and doing so well on EDG. And then, of course, Elk arguably being effectively just the second best, sorry, Ruler had to exist at MSI, AD carry at the International just gone by. The LDL, power of youth, it all makes sense and it's all coming together here.
It does as well as new uniform coming through here as well. A nice debut is finally going to get Jinjiao to the stage. Now, the biggest question is, can LGD hold their form, or can they rather hold the line against the, I guess, better developing IG? It's been a couple of years since we've seen IG, in the spotlight, and they've been building up their anime arc as well. IG, they're coming on the stage here. We talked about these new additions. Let's kind of go through them as YSKM once again returns. Tianjin in the jungle for his debut from the LDL. Cryan, MSI champion, now on the roster with Arn and Wink returning hand in hand as well. And Jamada, I mean, this has a lot of individual star power, this roster. I think we have to look at the individual skill that's going to be showcased here and how much IG is... Okie dokie, is that Karma movement? Was YSKM going to play Karma top? What the hell was... What's happening?
Not sure, but YSKM seems ready at the very least. And yeah, I like what you were mentioning, right? I think for IG there was a lot of...
Dzień dobry, hello guys, hello.
...shown in the previous iteration in spring.
Started the stream and poszłem na toalety. I went to the toilet.
Some respects will be paid one thing that always happens when it comes to OTP players or OTP-esque players, right? Where it goes through one.
Było Principolo? Jeszcze nie było. Za rano teraz jest.
We'll see, but I'm really gonna.
It's too early to eat chocolate.
Would like to play because I think the meta really suited them at the start of the year, right? The double AD carry patch from 13-1, and that was what really got their momentum going. I feel like that really built up Arm and Wink as a duo. So now moving into, you know, very, very volatile 2v2s in the bottom side where you need the rest of the map to be together. That's where Tianjin and Crane will come down towards the bottom side and hopefully facilitate that. Finn is still doing
He's still stabbing.
He's loving it.
Oh my god, that bad. Get him away. Get him away from the players. He's just preparing, obviously, to stab up in that top lane because he is going up against YSKM. And it makes sense that there's a lot of anticipation, probably a lot of adrenaline. YSKM, if people didn't watch,
Oh, you could write in Polish.
Was one of our most individually gifted top laners. And we knew it coming in, Jamada, right? Like, we knew that this guy was going to
I will talk in English mostly, but if you want to write in Polish, you can. I will answer you.
Kills, a lot of definition of talent shown on stage. And I guess that's what Fairness has to go up against today because it might be a new split, but YSKM, we know, is still going to be as volatile as ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if you were here during the season kickoff event, for the people that watched that all the way back in January, we had a bunch of the
German's also okay. German's also okay.
And the Shy, some would arguably say, you know, YSKM's godfather or something.
Yeah.
Had the title of Trailblazer, and I feel like realistically,
where is Dom?
Spring, the Trailblazer for the top side was
Miguelo, thank you very much.
Thank
you very much for the prime. Appreciate it. The first one today,
at 1v1 play specifically, so
which makes you very special.
I'm gonna hold my breath.
Thank you.
Because we're walking into a meta where top laners are kind of being pushed towards more utility-esque picks.
Yes, I know German.
I expect, because YSKM is the player that he is, we are still going to see things like the Jax, things like
Diese Kontersektion ist nicht Eigentum. Ist mein Eigentum.
Items like Triforce being buffed.
Miedlosh.
His Bruiser champion pool.
Thank you very much for the prime game.
Probably still going to be something that he wants to lean on and will lean on a lot.
I mean, that's
nie no, słychać, że opio, Nie, tylko właśnie teraz stał. I just woke up. Is Dom not awake?
Folks, we are in 13-10, so there's a lot to be explored here, and with people like YSKM,
Oh, Dom is traveling.
do the exploring. We've seen Jace banned 5 games, never picked up. That's always banned away. A lot of fear put onto that pick, and look, hell,
I hate to break it to you guys, but it's Yumi Zeri meta time.
Already in day number 1. We've seen a Gragas mid and top lane. Like,
You guys want to see the drafts from yesterday?
Exciting, despite the fact that we are seeing a lot more tanks up there, but before
It
we
was
get
a
to
good
Big
time.
Man, Jamada, anything else in 13-10 you want to bring up? Because it was a wacky day yesterday.
Look at
We
these
saw
guys.
a lot of Nico with 100% priority as well with the new Nico.
Meteor is permaban. Oh, Emilio was not permaban, sorry.
I think we got a decent preview of some of the
Emilio is first pick, first ban, 100%, you know, it shouldn't be...
Milio, I anticipate, will continue to remain pick banned, right? It was...
Milio Lucian should be permabanned.
Every single game. So I don't expect that trend to be bucked. However, with one ban left from IG side, I could be eating my own words as we hit.
I don't know why I'm here.
All right, here we go.
Okay, Medio, turbo broken.
Yumi's not banned. Ah!
Chris and more.
But there he is, so it should be fine. So
okay.
It should be fine. Just
Medio is open.
Good. Unless.
Thank you very much, Crystal Moore.
Then
Appreciate
there
it.
might be a problem because we've been seeing Ezreal come back in a little bit more. Like we mentioned, Triforce.
Wonder what they pick in the Medio.
So there are some Ezreal
Or what they pick with Medio. Because you can't pick Aphelios.
Of course, things like Conquer as well, you stack up a lot of extra AD. The damage can be quite absurd. But for now, IG hovering over the RE, we could see something.
My predictions for today's games is I think IG is gonna win, and then I think that EDG will win.
First pick, and that's definitely something.
Okay, Medio.
A whole bunch as I anticipate. This Milio would certainly be locked in by IG.
Another one of those 100%ers, right? Like Ari sits on that board too. We're hitting the trend from yesterday. Remember things like Jace though, Jamana, I brought up, as Milio is just giving a bit of time.
Why are you so angry, Hangman?
Jace is left open, and that was such high priority in the ban phase yesterday. I wonder if we get it here before we get to the
What is the LPL patch? 1310.
Yeah, right. Jace plus jungler.
Polski stream?
Good here.
Nie dzisiaj.
I imagine would have a whole bunch of supports that he is willing to play into the bottom side. Annie as well. Oh my goodness, still up and available. So
Who will win? I think IG will win.
even ahead of the Jace.
Lucian, Zeri are permabans. Well, Lucian, Zeri, and Melio should be permaban.
Could have a lot of flex going on, but they go towards the Nautilus. A very interesting
Zero Scepter and EDG to play. Yeah.
Typically, it feels like Melio does pretty okay into a lot of the engaged supports.
Okay, Nautilus support. Honestly, any support is pretty strong too now because she can use Echoes of Healia. Zero w Principolu kolegną dzisiaj nie, bo tak teraz...
Toying with the idea potentially with the Twitch. I've seen loads of wacky combinations here of the Melio. Oh, the Rengar was left up! Yeah. And
Rengar
is gonna lock it in!
I mean, I didn't want to mention it until we
Rengar is OP. Rengar is giga OP on this match, let's be honest.
OTP. Remember I told you in LDL, this just
It's
banned out 95% of the game's health, probably all of them. If I wasn't so
Will Jin be
sure.
played competitive enough?
But
Could
now
be.
We get to see it in his debut of LPL, we go to his one-trick pony.
Piosenkę o Rengarze słyszałeś? Nie słyszałem. Yeah, I've heard stories about Tianjin Rengar.
Make sure that this Rengar, this kitty stays down.
Oh, I mean, goodness me.
I wonder if... I think Melio W extends jump distance of Rengar.
Ranged engage, right? Something like the Ornn takeaway. Even though Icecam potentially wouldn't necessarily lean on the tanks, right? I think you want those kind of things gone. Other die facilitate as well. Gwen, pretty good shout out at the same time. So I think anything that can kind of just enable Rengar to go in a little
Teraz
more
będziesz męczony o polskim streamie, bo na Ksajakop rozjebało system, tylko siebie oglądam przez ten turniej cefów. Chuj jesteś, no dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much. Thank you. The jump from Shroud is kinda nutty. I think on next patch, by the way, Ivan should be picked every game, like...
on something that can, at the very least, sometimes match a lot of the bruiser champions that YSKM plays, so just looking for comfortability there.
Because Fairness is like that, right? You know, Renekton, Fiora, I feel like...
I think it's more likely that Nautilus is going to be picked for support, and Annie will be played mid here. Does RFC boost Rengar jump range? I believe so. I believe so, but it's just a shit item to buy, like you need damage.
Thrown in because remember, IG don't have a bottom laner. Jamada, my biggest question is, do they look for AD here? Do they get that top laner nice and early? Because Arn was looking at the Twitch before with Emilio, but is that the best option?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of...
Shema, thank you very much.
Available, that Kog'Maw hover as well, particularly scary. Kog'Maw with the W up and the campfire from this Melio gives him so much...
Zaya is slightly better here, I think. The game is not about AD carry here.
Potential of the Annie and the Nautilus.
RFC Rengar is some TFT tech, yeah. IG comp looks sexy. Let's see.
The damage of a lot of champions into the later stage, and of course,
what happened to Shadow?
2.5, 3 iron mark for that Zaya.
Alright, someone asked for stretches.
Graves is gonna get locked in here for Meteor.
On next patch, Ivan will be the most OP champion in the game, I think. Basically, guys, when you wake up, the most important thing is to stretch your chest. Did you guys know that each year, the volume of your lungs decreases? You need to stretch your chest because your body's slowly caving in on you. So how I stretch my chest is I do this.
All in here with double AD on the side. Now I'm wondering,
you guys don't see it
how
actually.
do IG match that warm hug on the side when they have a lot of all in themselves?
It's basically you go up and you do that.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious about what YSKM's gonna play towards here. Hovering over the Sylas, and I mean there's plenty of strong ultimates to steal away here, and he's gonna do just that. So it's Sylas top, yeah. Here into this Malphite, of course.
Bruv.
I think it goes without saying. Pretty simple.
Red side has turbo drafted.
Once you hit level 6, you're just gonna have so much all-in potential from being able to steal away that Malphite ultimate. At that point as well, once you move towards the mid game, you should be looking sweet. But I think generally for IG,
it's really important to stretch your belly with Principolo.
But I'm digging what they're putting down. I think for LGD,
Yeah, I don't know why on earth they picked Malphite. Like, picking Malphite is so damn troll.
From this Rengar and the Ahri threat.
Okay, keeping the backline alive.
I would break my bones if I do it. No, it's fine, really. It's like you put your hands in the sky first, and then you open up. Very important.
You don't have to worry about that because the wall stays up for these players. IG versus LGD is a mid-tier match because both these teams...
I think YSKM...
Both of them need to crush this split. And
YSKM's biggest enemies are the fans that overhype him. I think he had a really good first split, but
legends.
People
of the
put him
LPL
on
and LDL
a pedestal
champion as well, and
'cause
then
he's
an IG
badass.
into the fold. They've got
What is the Red Bull
talent
LPL
but will it
fridge?
be enough for IG?
They just paid
There's a
for
lot of
20.
questions
They
at
just
the
paid for
end,
one day.
as we head into day 2 of the LPL.
Yeah, Red Bull PL said they would email me. I didn't get an email yet.
Rengar debut. We got Graves. We got Milio.
I just started doing that and now my girlfriend wants to leave
We
me.
need to get underway for the banger that this game is gonna be.
Almost certainly, and I think with so much explosive and snap potential from one side and of LGD, and then from IG, so much burst damage maybe from the Rengar, the Sylas. We are in for a bit of a gladiator battle, my friend. I think it could end up being a bit of a bloodbath today.
I hope so, Jamada, as we finally get in to Summoner's Rift. My screen's black. I don't know how you're going, man. But all I get
as well.
I'm getting Shadow crushing his hand on my screen instead. Okay, that's cool. The audience can see what's
I don't
going
eat
on,
breakfast
but
yet. No, I don't like I woke up. I woke up 30 minutes ago, so I don't eat that early.
Like, dude, what in the Zaza is going on?
Milio, Lucian, Zeri should be permabanned.
I don't have feed on my feed right now. Hopefully we can get that fixed on our end. I'm pretty sure that the game is going on the stream, Jake, which is the, the weirdest part about it. Here we are. Hey. Okay.
Right.
Thoughts on Mandate Victor? Yeah, it's good.
Bit of a production issue, and
Once you evolve everything, you you get slow on everything. So Mandate Victor is really good.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
How do you build Graves now? You can build it. Probably this game he's going to go for the more tanky version with Go Drinker. You have choices on Graves. You can go crit, lethality, you can go tank. But this game I think tanky is good.
Yes, absolutely. And I think YSKM
Victor's support is viable? No, it's terrible. It's probably one of the worst support champions in the game.
Plus the Nautilus, because generally without those, IG are
Mate, you need to farm, that's it. To upgrade. You'll never evolve anything. Rengar, did I miss something? This Tianjin is a Rengar OTP.
So I think for IG, waiting till level 6 definitely going to be crucial. If they can find opportunities
My pleasure, Kyo, you win.
early on, then certainly go for them. But I think when you're
My pleasure.
working with a Rengar that realistically wants thrill of the hunt, right? Wants the ultimate until to actually start to.
Nie ma turnieju już się pewnie z Polsce? A.
CC on the bottom side. I think that IG
Tak jesteś. You're gonna be like that?
Try and let
Come on, man.
break apart some of these lanes, but just turtle for now.
And look, again, that'll be important, especially when you talk about what YSKM can do.
Sylas needs a bit of levels before he starts winning hard against Malphite. Need some points in W.
You know, seeing YSKM go top with Sylas shows you exactly what this
How come you speak Polish? I just watched Dragon Ball in Polish when I grew up, and it taught me everything.
Will be massive. I'm kind of excited to see how they sync up, or the approach they put to these lanes. Kajimata, we talked a lot about IG being about YSKM, right? Trying to facilitate it. Tianjin's coming into a team where
I'm not being serious, guys. I watched Dragon Ball in Polish. Ooh, on.
Is something that Tianjin can play towards, might have a bit of flexibility because of it as well.
Yeah, certainly, right? The roster moves make sense when you've got these strong side laners as
JDG Klid 2018.
2018, wow.
Different times, guys, different times.
JDG. That was a lifetime ago, 5 years.
Klid joined T1 after a split in JDG.
That was before LPL 1 World.
I wasn't even in esports when Klid last played Rengar. That goes to show.
Crazy.
Yeah, the roster moves at IG just make a whole bunch of sense, right? Whilst
The early levels are not so easy for Sylas.
Definitely provided their own.
Is it not versus Milio miserable for not to play? I think everything is miserable to play when you play against Milio.
Necessarily the support from the rest of the map that perhaps in 1v1s he would have liked. And Arn and Wink, sometimes yes, volatile, but I think because Dove and Gideon were often playing their own 2v2, it didn't always lead into side lane leads, which I think in throughout a lot of this year has been the merit.
Holy wards on bottom side. Look how many wards there are bottom side. What is Rengar building here? Wait. I don't know. Is this a Divine Thunder Rengar? I don't like that.
Flash, and then even then YSKM absconded, ducked, plus Tianjin is up towards the top side. Not able to pull off the gank, and nor does he show himself either, as the control ward helps out as Jin Zhao and Wink are just
maybe he goes
combat this early, as Wink is holding the
Stridebreaker.
Pretty good job, but Envy's coming through.
I thought Yumus is like too busted not to buy, but
Wink
We
is
shall
still
see.
going to be a brother. Like everyone wished.
Does media Q interrupt Nautilus hook? Well, it interrupts the dash, but you still get CC'd, right? You still get pulled.
I think LGD were trying to like see maybe if Wink would.
I think Nautilus is fine into Medio, honestly. It's just early levels Medio is just a bit too strong.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, MP delayed recalls there, Jamada. That is a
Edge of the Nugget, first item.
Was already doing pretty well.
Yeah, and we should actually track.
Why is Medio on my screen? Thought it's permaban. I thought it's also permaban, but it's like, it's not super easy now. It's like purple gun, blue gun, Ophelios with Nautilus. Like this champion can definitely die. You know, it's still a ranged champ. Right? But later it does become a bit broken. Is that Envy from Sandbox? I'm not sure. You tell me, you tell me. Without flashing as well, hi Chow.
Easy as you like, and now LGD.
But then it is, yeah. Thank you, guys.
Look towards an early dragon, or even stop this stacking wave from feeding.
Match of the week.
Maybe even a dive from.
They just won MSI.
Off his bottom side camps in the river right now.
Based on draft only, which team deserves a box of principal? I think red side, they have very fun champs.
I think with the mana of High Chow being so low and having to reset, this still looks like it'll be an IG Dragon for middle cost.
But also, not gonna lie, LGD are kind of giga champ because they didn't give a fuck about this guy's Rengar. They just blind pick Maul fight.
So again, the built-up bottom lane for IG gives them a lot of influence, and first dragon taken away when Jamada, you talked about IG kind of pulling tempo at level 6 and starting to run the map a bit.
LNG is kind of high because they have Gala now. So it's Scout, Tarzan, Gala, Harp. And then the top laner, who's the top laner?
Now hit that point too. So let's see what happens towards this Herald, because Jamada. Like
I'm picking IG because I recognize two of their players.
Perfect. Herald, we fight, but no one says no to that.
Absolutely not. YSKM's gonna have to hold on to his.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Once he sees that a scuffle is gonna go on, then you steal it away, right? Don't let it time out. Don't let it be on cooldown for that 8-minute mark. You'll see he will definitely hold on.
My bad, my bad.
I agree.
I just woke up. You guys keep me clean.
They need to try and set down a little bit of preemptive.
Do you like the LPL overlay? There's definitely better ones, but it's okay.
So that can give you information.
I think OMG also stay the same. They're a bit too.
Towards the river, but you always want to try and work with as much early information as possible. So
a bit too crispy.
Take a look towards YSKM, see if they can get some lane shove in. Also on the bottom side.
Yeah, let's see overlay is a bit busted.
Roam up towards that Rift Herald, then Genji out.
So what is the methodology here for LGD then? Because we have ults up for them as well.
I think they just put the pictures of them. I don't think it's highlighted matchup.
YSKM as he picks up the ulti with 15 seconds for Herald to spawn. I want to know, Jamada, what LGD have to do here with lanes getting shoved in and LGD kind of playing defensive.
Honestly, Xayah Cup was way more fun than Ultra Liga. I hate to say it. It is true. It is true. Let's be honest, it is true.
Then it would have been a bit of an issue, but seems like Tingen needed a reset, had a lot of standing gold.
It's not even close.
It looked like a play was about to happen for LGD, so now this
No. I'm just
potentially bounce back. Specifically from the bottom side, I think top side up here, YSKM is.
I'm just I'm working together with the LPL. They gave me co-streaming rights.
I think for LGD, they're always likely going to be second to the punch, but when you've got the engage tools, it doesn't matter so much as long as you.
How does the coach react to such changes this patch as any other patch?
You're good, just making the first punch happen, even if you're second to the move.
We just have to see though, because again, that hijack time.
You just figure out what's good. You use statistics. You get ideas, and you use intuition.
Once get that full trade. He's holding on to that.
The way the caster said "fearness" sounded like he said "painus." Okay, Anna's holding R. He's holding R. Bro, Anna's a psychopath, by the way. Why doesn't he R to save HP, by the way? It's a psychobilly freak out. Has the minion speed changed anything in Pro? Well, yeah, it has changed the potential involvement of mid into side lane plays. As I said, Gordringer Rengar, we don't know if it's Stridebreaker. Could be Stridebreaker. I hope you're wrong, because of how cocky you are in chat. No, I'm kidding. A part of me is hoping that you're wrong.
But I think now the fact that LGD had the time to go down towards the bottom side and make that play, and the fact that Cryan...
Why is Rengar strong right now? Well, Lethality builds are just insanely broken in solo queue, but for competitive play, you have to be really good at it, I think. Dzień dobry, thank you very much, Keras, for the Prime Gaming. mean?
Play. You know, just kind of pulling the right moment. Meteor has been...
I understand why he doesn't want to go lethality this game, because maybe he believes that he will just die in an anti-stun or Malphite ult or Nautilus Q. It's not an easy game to play lethality because you get one shot by everything. Keep in mind, it's like when you buy the lethality build as a Rengar in solo queue, you're assuming that you're getting a lot of kills, you know?
I mean, they saw him taking this right camp.
It's like a lot of these builds that people are talking about, right?
Okay.
So for example, like Rengar, Hecarim, Yumus, these are very expensive builds.
What you can say about this Yamato is at least it might give Arn another turret plating.
Very expensive build. It's like Yumus Mana Mune, like you won't reach these items before the game is over.
By MB, and like you mentioned, the plate solo as well goes over to Arn a lot of the time, the bottom side plates.
Yeah, I would play like some version of like Yumus, Essence Reaver, fucking, maybe even if I don't want SS Reaver, I buy myself a little, what's it called? Collector. You know? That's where my mind would go, but this is like thinking, spitballing, you know, but this is solo queue strictly, because in solo queue, you get so much more gold, you know? You get so much more gold. Yo, Tasteless TV, thank you very much. Holy shit. Tasteless TV. That is insane.
I'm gonna pause because mid lane, meanwhile, TNJ just stopping Tippers in his track, but
damn.
Yeah, there you go. Camera's back down where it should be, where NB has now picked up some plate gold.
Tasteless TV.
Yeah, alright, NB just making up for a little
that
bit.
Is crazy, by the way. Damn legend.
Look towards the second, just given where the wave is on the bottom side.
Tasteless is a damn legend. I grew up watching Tasteless and Artosis. And also Tasteless' brother. Day 9. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Onto the back of the pit, Meteor next on the menu, boys. Flying through Tianjin's Rengar. Gets the stun, doesn't die. That might be.
Sorry guys, I need to rewind that real quick because I was in awe of Tasteless showing up and giving me a raid. So I need to look at this again.
50 though. Wants to leap, but onto who? He's interrupted.
Interrupted.
Massive, but the soccer ball's kicked us now. It's a one onto who? He's interrupted. Jinjiao Massive, but the soccer ball's kicked us now. It's a wombo. Phoenix not able to get the 80 carry because IG have turned onto the back.
Nice.
Kicked us now. It's a wombo. Phoenix not
holy, Arn just ulted the Malphite ult. That's cold, man. Once it's Zaya and Melia just do so much damage. Like what? Like this guy's just got one shot, man.
He's interrupted. Jinjiao Massive, but the soccer ball's kicked us now. It's a wombo. Phoenix not able to get the 80 carry.
Wow. GG guys, GG.
Cam was here for this fight. You're gonna see this a lot more. Top laners will be present for second dragons.
Hey, Commandant.
It's so much nicer. Screw the 14-minute mark, man. I mean, that was just rough, but all I can say.
Yeah, the enemy team blind picked Malphite just like that.
With the fighters, he needs to trade up in this top lane. YSKM, you should know me. We talked.
There's the Gold Drinker. Shout out to the homie in the chat who said Gold Drinker Rengar. We applaud him.
Won the fight for IG, and now 2-0.
Nice.
He's picked up
what do you win? You got this applaud that I just. You got the clap. You got the clap.
So it's double Everfrost with a.
You got a little clap.
First, of course, from not only 180 carry but 2. We are getting those one items, but I'm talking about IG because they are the ones with a bit of a gold lead here at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, I don't know how good it is. I don't know how good it is.
Stronger at this one item mark.
Dome refugees? Yeah, welcome, welcome.
Still fighting for it.
Holy. Do they win here? Do they have damage here? I don't know if they have damage. Oh, they have damage. Okay. Gold Drinker is chunky, man. This Rengar is chunky, man.
At the max range. Wick comes through.
Chunky. Is that a static shiv? No, he's buying Stormrazor.
Forcing LGD out. Now
will you be covering all the LPL games going forward? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless the LCK games are more interesting on the day, you know?
Enables their skirmishing ability so much more, right? Through the hunt has been popped, full stacks as well for Tianjin. He wants Envy.
Launching in onto Envy, heals up with the Severin, but it's not going to be enough. Prime.
IG.
Credit while under turret.
You got the clap, yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about that, Banjo Cash.
Turret now dropping to first turret blood.
If he had Yumo stride, he kills there. Maybe he dies there.
Killboard, excuse me.
Cannot kill if you die.
Yeah, this feels great for IG, and this is also the kind of point in the game where a Rengar can really start to tear apart the map when it starts to open up a little bit, right? When you get windows like that where you can just use your ultimate on a side lane uncontested, just because
It's an FF angle.
that you start to take over the map with the priority, it feels great off the back of that invade.
You plan on going to coaching? I'm not sure.
Does have flash, but
I'm always on the
more times than
lookout.
not, he's likely gonna die.
It's not really a decision. It's more about it's opportunity based.
It doesn't
Right?
matter because he just
It's not like I can make my own team and my own org and like qualify to franchise. If that would be the case, I would have my own org already. Like, don't worry about it. Like, if I could be qualifying right now, I'd make a monster roster and we'd qualify to the LEC, no problem at all.
With the bounty, YSCam already picked up one before. There's a lot of big heads right now on Invictus Gaming.
Welcome everybody to my LPL co-stream, representing Team Nutsack. We are having a good time.
Just cruising out.
We're having a good time. Today we have some banger matches. For those who don't know, I co-stream the LPL, I co-stream the LCK, and I will co-stream the LCS. It will be interesting to see what kind of a shit show we'll be presented with.
LGD not finding any picks in the mystery brush like they threw out, or were trying to, with YSCam now starting to dominate the sideline as well. As maybe I spoke too soon. There's a depth charge onto the support wing, not surviving out. He brought the breath of life in, but it's over before you know it. YSCam flew in once again, gets his third kill.
Ari, oh, flash.
Flashes away from the charm, beautiful on the backline, while Arn is free hitting, but not without
Oh, Hi Chow.
advantage. Hi Chow almost dying, giving a reset. Gold
Oh, tag the turret for all my homies. All my dead homies.
The danger fearness flashes away from it as NB chasing up a good route in the end to stop the follow-up. It's a bloody one.
Why can't you co-stream LEC? Apparently you need to know Messi. Oh, Tianjin, Rengar OTP. Oh, YSKM. You should know him. How good am I? How good am I?
Is going to be remembered yet again.
Holy. Isaias is doing a lot of damage.
Top of the skirmish plus the tier 1, you'll take it if you're IG.
Who is Messi?
The start of it was definitely
Exactly.
a little bit sketchy because they lose Wink so early.
You need to know Messi to get co-stream right.
Too much CC and burst damage, the collateral damage from downtown.
I like IG's reaction here. The blade recall was not so good. Or feather recall, whatever the fuck it's called. Imagine you had feather recall at any point here, man.
Too much damage in a situation where the AD carries of LGD are just not online yet. They can't deal the damage, but this is where the overextension comes in and IG starts to get punished.
Boom.
All I can say about the end of this play, Javada, is...
No, really, like, Ibai knows Messi, so he co-streams LEC.
Like, I mean, Tianjin, let's be real.
Tianjin as well, man.
He fits the team environment.
Angara Messi, Angara Messi, Angara Messi.
I'm down for this combo already, and we're already...
Honest looking crispy.
17 minutes in. Off the back of the play, LGD will still get this Herald, so... Whilst this is not necessarily the most valuable in terms of being able to pick up the plates, if they can, you know, make it to a siding like this, get 2 charges.
Should I co-stream LEC in Polish?
Okay if you trade it for a dragon.
Should I ask him if I can?
True, and gold might shrink a little bit as well. Despite that last play, despite it looking IG favor at least towards...
Is that really the condition to co-stream LEC? I'm just messing around because Ibai knows Messi.
As it might seem to you viewers at home, the bounties have also been taken off Jamada. Big shutdowns going across the board. And let's just remember, as you said, with that turret going down, we're now under 4,000. Krine's not able to get a trade through here. Mid is getting pushed out as well. So we are stabilizing a bit for LGD. And it's important to remember that we are approaching 2 items to this Graves, who's now got a Zeal as well. We're approaching 2 items to the BF sword in hand for NV2. We are getting to a point where these ADs...
You need to know Lewandowski to co-stream in Polish?
...match some of the pressure that IG have been exerting.
Yeah, absolutely. And now... the next minute, right, there's not going to be an objective on the map, so you could expect to see a little bit of slow down time here.
I already know Lewandowski. I taught him how to play ball.
Either team is looking to, you know, burn that one down on spawn. They will just see
I think Krine over-indexed here a little bit on MR, but it also just doesn't matter. Like, they're so far ahead.
I think you've still got that tier 1 on
I think when you have Mercs already, you can chill.
Immediately see.
Maybe you go see the Ashus instead and take it easy.
Haichao's here to defend, but
Haichao's here.
if he sticks around,
Hit him with the bong. Hit him with the bong.
But it isn't Annie.
Oh, well played by Haichao. I like it. He cleared the wave, and An is just taking the psychobilly pathing.
Tibbers is going to meet the grave again. That bear will revive, ladies and gentlemen. There's no such thing as death here for Annie's favorite pet. But remember that for LGD,
this is 13-10, yes. As you can see on the screen, always it shows up here in the future for you.
I'm not too sure about that, Jamada, but I need to keep my eyes topside, apparently, because they are still threatening.
Yeah, and Tejen's popped the ultimate. That's a Nautilus ult.
Sayo's the GOAT, so...
They're on the hunt. Malphite's behind everyone, though. So is Envy actually.
I've never seen someone chill so hard when they're playing, by the way. Xio is like the most chill and coldest player I've ever seen in ever.
LPL.
That guy gave so little fucks.
A big fight top, Baron taken. That is the progression.
Yeah, every time Baron's on the map, it's like £1 scrap. Did you ever have that? Like in Australia? You guys in school like toss a, I don't know if you have like $1 coins or anything like that.
We do.
Toss them on the floor, everyone just fist fight for them.
We don't live in anarchy. I mean,
what about the rage compilations? That's for content.
Australia didn't have the money to print them.
But point is that £1 coin or that $1 coin, Jake, that's the Baron for the LPL teams, right? And when you're like,
ooh, look at that, by the way. Look at that picture. That is something. That is something.
Just sneak in, get a little bit of vision down.
Kanavi, Tarzane.
Start up the Baron, but certainly with double AD carry, once they hit the 2 iron marks on both Meteor and Envy, a burst down is definitely very, very viable.
Okay. Well, it's good to know. But just remember that Arn is actually ahead by almost a full item.
I remember when I was a child, like really young, I would like run around in my underwear at home. My father was like, what the fuck is Tarzan doing in our house?
A nice little kick.
Put on some fucking clothes.
Something to look forward to if you can watch Wink not get bursted out in the next fight like it was in the last. As they continue to push out big, keep that priority going. YSKM and Shrine playing the side lane right now, Jamada. While IG move towards Baron again, start trying to clear out and making sure that LGD have to face check into this big bad kitty.
Oh, Tianjin alone.
Oh, he's the one that's face checking into them. Death charging flashes away. He goes into the ulti. They don't follow up now. He wants to turn it though. I don't think.
I think that there is more top end, like world class players coming out of Korea.
Right, you don't really overcommit anything for this. There's 2 ultimates which are on relatively low cooldown that Norlis are. We'll only have like 20 seconds left by the time the next dragon spawns up, but maybe this gives them IG that is the opportunity to start up the Baron. Definitely.
When does Yamada pull out his ChatGPT speeches? Well, you can get your own if you write !cameo and book me.
The root not there, kicking a soccer ball yet again is Envy. Late to the party, Tianjin, remember, no ulti. He wants to launch into that brush though so he can get the range on the Jinja.
Boom! Bro, Arnis crispy with the Xia ults, honestly. Bob Marley crispy.
Down as well. A 1 for 2, but
what is the purple bar below Rengar's HP? Basically, he stacks his spells, and the 4th spell is empowered.
They do trade 1 for 2, right? But the fact that they lose their jungler, like
Rengar is super bulky, man.
It's not really on the cards. They have to just wait for Tianjin to spawn back up and then look towards the dragon.
Żartek, it's okay.
I think in that kind of circumstance, they definitely could have lost a lot more.
And before I do German stream.
For that play. Just holding my breath there, because if Envy steps up, no Flash Ghost, does have the Gale Force. You still imagine YSKM.
They didn't ban Millia, what did they ban? They banned Maokai, Zeri, and something else, I don't remember exactly. Thank you for making the game very spicy, YSKM.
Oh my god.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh ja, bitte ein deutscher Stream. Vielleicht machen wir später. Was Yumi open? Yes, but Zeri was banned, and that is like indirectly like denying Yumi. You know?
So honestly, gives over more resources to LGD than perhaps they should be getting in that kind of situation.
Emilio is a bit OP. I think Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Yumi, and Emilio is OP. That's my take right now on bot. I think Red Side need to ban 3 bot laners or trade them. Okay, Cryan. Cryan won't be dying, he's very tanky, he's got the MR. Tianjin looking for the jump, 2k HP, flash, smite, Nautilus gets it, smiting too early by Tianjin. Woo! On with the ult again. Fairness is getting chopped up like a sushi roll. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's an E-flash. No cleanse for Envy. Envy, welcome to the LPL. It's annihilated. Annihilated. Yes, of course, Lucian Video is very strong.
on and Wink in a 3.
Crying. This is crying meta, man. Annie and Ari.
Doesn't quite get the 50-50.
Someone at Riot was like, yo, Crying, we need to raise the stonks of Crying.
Just the fact that they had the cozy campfire, the Ardent as well. You called it out earlier, but the Rush, it's so much more powerful on this patch because it has 10 extra.
Bro, 1310 changed nothing about mid champs. Nothing about top champs. Nothing.
This connects onto Ardent, and this fight looks so different from the get-go. Teleport comes in on the backside.
Isn't his IG lineup still kind of mid? Yeah.
Not to either jungler, but to Jin Jiao. And then it's just complete carnage. And
I really like how cold An is, bro. An is super cold.
As LGD come outside of the pit,
I still don't get why they pick Morphy. Like, the Morphy pick is really strange.
Just excellent from Crying. It's so
Myślisz, że zmiana Fearless na Arquela by pomogła? No pewnie, że by pomogła. Arquel is the GOAT. It changed a little bit top. Bruisers are building Trinity sometimes. Nice.
Unstoppable force used. He ults immediately. That guy, honestly, I'm not even sure we should check his fingers because that is inhuman in reaction time. That is just some good sense. And Arn again showing us why we were so excited for his last split.
Yeah, what happened to this volume? My man is talking from a different room. Here's Fairness. Here's YSKM.
I think so. I think YSKM is getting a bit silent.
Crying underrated? No, I don't think so.
He's having a happy game, Jake. He's having a happy game.
11 in the last chapter. Yeah, oh, yeah, I know there's been some changes in the items, but not changes in the champions that you play, guys. That's the point.
So he can make it back out to the map. Oh my god!
Yeah, YSKM is really bored. He's bored. Okay, Gale Force. Yo, Graves is low-key strong, by the way. He's low-key strong. Like, somehow, quietly, he got really, really fed. Edge, really? No way. What is that, man?
Yeah, next dragon going to be really important. The Ocean Soul, I think, will definitely put IG in a position where, you know, I always talk about Ocean Soul when it comes to squishier compositions like this, where it's like, if you don't 100-0 champion, it's about that last tick, right? That immediate burst of 200, 300 HP. Starts off with this bowler here.
Twoja koleżanka lubi Abu Dhabi.
Everything that follows, so much burst damage follows through onto Arn. Is it just Gale Force? Is it a tower shot? No way. No. No. No, it's not just Gale Force. Don't. I'm looking at the replay again.
You said
it was a tower shot as well. It was a tower shot as well. Okay. It was a tower shot as well.
All right.
You had me for a second because I have so much PTSD from
JD. Znaczy, jest dobrze. All right. This Drake is for IG.
IG can and almost certainly will look to play towards that soul.
JDG.
I think, like you mentioned, because Meteor's in such a good spot, and they also still have a 3-item Aphelios.
JDG.
That they will just give up for free by any means, but IG know, because the pressure is on LGD to go and, you know, contest this dragon.
Alright, we don't have Malphite ult on Silas, but Nautilus ult is also Lion Wake and Lion Wait. Alright, we're face checking. Ooh, Blue Trinket clips the wall now. Blue Trinket clips the wall as well. I think JDG is going to has a really good chance of Grand Slamming, by the way. Oh, Tianjin. Oh, hop. Graves is very paper. If they kill Graves, all is good. Let's jump on that Aphelios, maybe. Yo, Tianjin. Tianjin, you just left your homie.
IG get themselves back onto the dragon, and just like that, Ocean Soul achieved.
Yo, Anzaya is pretty crispy, man. An is hot and spicy, man. Hot and spicy. I like it.
While she was covering the high chow flank, it was also Tianjin. The Ocean Rift helping him out so much. Having that brush on the outside of the dragon, he assassinated Meteor.
Rybson był najlepszym.
And then also got on top of towards the end of the fight. Couldn't quite finish him off.
Kiedy Inspired nie grał, był najlepszym dżunglerem.
From both sides, right? High chow on the one flank, Tianjin on the other. But it's IG's flank, which is a little more potent by the end of it. You can see Meteor just removed from the equation pretty much. And at that point, it feels like there's no way that LGD are ever going to get to the dragon. You can see defended very well, Envy by his top lane, but IG scrapping and winning out on the rest of the fight.
Well, Envy does have 3 items worth mentioning that can see the damage apparent in that last fight, but we need to talk a little bit more about Crying.
If the game was over after that first Drake fight, then you can just imagine what it is now.
I thought it was going to be like a vegan build, Jamada, but we have added about...
Yes, mojego za shadow, yes, pralce. Well, you put your dog in the washing machine. Mate.
Look at him now. He's waiting for Fearless. The ankle big onto Tianjin. Who do they jump on? Frost as well. Bowler strike doesn't connect.
Fearless is bored. Holy Crying, look at that, those CS numbers. He's pumping. He's pumping.
On the bottom side of the map right now. He's going for a reset. I think he's got his Zhonya's finished up. That's going to be huge because now he's going to have to
Nudno, he's bored.
Baron's being started up at LGD. It will be bursted down quite quickly, so IG have to make a decision quite fast.
Watch Tianjin. It's that...
The thing is, like, the lethality, Rengar is obviously really... Oh, it's okay, it's a winning fight, it's a winning fight. Crying's gonna murder them all here. Fearless, Wise Game dies. Oh, it doesn't even die. Ocean Soul is a bit too broken.
Are gonna be sunk down after this game one, because it is an absolute masterclass from IG's team fighting.
Man, IG have been on the ball, but again, it's just
they're a bit too strong. And there's also draft gap, like, honestly.
He's gonna just find the backline for free. He's been crazy, he's been popping off, and I mean, has something to say about his previous RNG split.
Mieshu, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming, dziękuję.
His debut on this IG lineup with an absolute banger.
We have been waiting for a full year now. He didn't play at all in spring, but his return, his debut back, and Crying, as you
It's actually perfect Crying meta. Teams have to ban AD carries and junglers, so he will play Ahri and Annie every game.
Yeah, that was a very, very fun game to watch. If you're rooting for IG, I'm sure.
Why didn't they first pick Milio?
Tianjin on that OTP, like you said, on the Rengar. It's fun, it's new. We don't get to see that pick very often. And not only that, it worked, no less, right? So many times you see picks like Rengar come out, these kind of very off-meta junglers, they don't do so well.
Maybe they don't play it.
Plays work on the side lane so many times.
If you don't play it,
on the back line, so much healing back.
Go fuck yourself.
And it just
Milio first isn't too good. Yes, it is. It's fucking broken. It is OP, man. Now, really, like, you didn't go to MSI? If you didn't go to MSI, yeah? If you didn't go to MSI and as a support you didn't learn how to play Milio, then really, sincerely, go fuck yourself. I'm not even kidding.
I'm not sure it was around second Herald Jamada or maybe towards second or third Dragon, but we saw IG not win as hard through lanes as maybe we wanted to see, maybe we expected. We saw it come through from the grouping, from the skirmishes, from the team fights. That's when IG was showing their flair, and I have to say, it's again impressive. Like Arn, Crying, even Wink on his Milio. There's a bit of a masterclass going on. And I feel like we're getting that IG that we saw at the start of Spring Split that we were pretty excited about. That I thought were going to make playoffs. That again, I've said are going to make playoffs. We're getting a little bit of that flair once more.
Yeah, and you know, one game sample size, I will still remain hyped because to be honest with you, IG were watching Spring, and right now they're you know, from this 25-ish minute game, or I think it was more close to 30, that was some pretty cool stuff. So I think, to me, you know, keep it up, IG. Yeah. We're gonna see how things will change in this game number 2, right? I wonder whether or not the Rengar is actually gonna get banned, right? Because I think from the sample size of games that I've seen now on 13-10, there's definitely a relatively consistent ban pool of champions, right? And I feel like if you end up giving, you know, way and giving over a Rengar ban, then you leave space for picks like Seri to slip through, like the Vi, like the Jace, which actually went untouched, I believe, in this draft, right? Wasn't banned, wasn't picked, very surprisingly enough. But yeah, LGD definitely do have a lot to think on. I feel like their general gameplay kind of let them down, right? I think this is a very easy to execute draft, but I think when the map starts to open up around that 14-minute mark, and you're getting picked off by Rengar on side lanes, and you're losing a lot of the back.
Shit, yeah, I have attack speed.
Seconds until minions spawn.
Right.
Minions have spawned.
Yes, yes. The aggro on junglers changed. Wait, I'm gonna reset and find the video, wait. You see it's ticking down now. I think... Wait, I will find it. I will find it. I will find it. Yeah, I will find the fiddle tech. Where is the fiddle tech? I will find the fiddle tech. Oh, found it.
暗改红鸟蓝蛤蟆皆可双拼，稻草人史诗级加强。接下来3分钟时间带大家学会新版本稻草人术式。先说红方，再说蓝方。就是 A 红不错，就是回青青草原开 W， 回青青，将视角拉成这样 ，A 红 A。
Fuck. He likes Principolo? I think yes. How do I reset? Where's the reset? I don't know the hotkey for reset. I don't know how to TP. Nothing to There it is. Was it good? You guys liked my fiddlesticks? Did you like my fiddlesticks? Was it good? Oh shit, I don't know jungle item.
小鸟，走回青青草原开打。
Okay, we'll do red side. Hey, man, the red buff moves too much. The issue is the red buff moves too much.
A3下。
I don't get it, man. Wasn't that a thing only on China server? Really? It got fixed? They fixed it. It's so hard. Bro, he walks one frame out of his fucking circle. One frame out of his fucking circle he walks. One damage of lethal.
Just here to show you a couple. So, auto the big one 3 times.
What is this?
Again, one more auto, and then you can just drag it up to red and double clear them here. So this is the point where you're going to make up the majority of your time. You can double tap that one twice, stand on the little yellow flowers, W over the wall, and then E it for good measure. Make sure to smite. You can then finish off both of your Krugs with your W. You can then start kiting these buggers down. As you can see, we're about to finish this guy off with our final W. And boom, we're crossing at 215.
Guys, if I show you the video from before, like look at what was possible.
13.10版本
Look what was possible, by the way. This guy is elite ninja, dude. This is what I wanted to do.
W A 一下走一下 A 一下走一下 W 最后再 A 一下二级学 E 到墓碑这里
Yeah, I'm saying, like, he included this, you know.
过去 A 他一下直接往下走一直按 W
Look how much time this guy saves.
走一下
This is insanity, man.
W 一下
If this worked,
2分06秒
this is crazy.
还在高地 E W
Bro, it continues. It continues, by the way. Look. It ain't over, by the way.
进草丛开 W A 蓝一蛤蟆再
How crazy is that? Yo, I'm not gonna log into your servers, Billy Billy.
再开 W 最后再 A 一下蓝之后所有的技能平 A 全给蛤蟆注意现在的时间
How crazy is that, by the way? Look at that, by the way. If this was like, I don't know, I can't do the red leash, like his red.
蓝色的拼点 A 红 A 小鸟
Why can't he leash? His circle is bigger on the red than mine. Yeah, you can link. Okay, we have game. Ban Lucian, please, LGD, so we can have an interesting game. Nice. First pick Lucian. First pick Lucian. For the love of God, first pick Lucian.
Powerful AD carries up the Rengar hover, because I think IG just know that it's really funny that it's still up. Annie is up and available. The Ahri as well, still there. Maokai too, but it seems like we won't get the Rengar, unfortunately. It will be this Maokai. Now LGD don't have to, you know, sweat that there could be a big kitty cat on the hunt.
Okay, so we get a Lulu trade. Lulu.
As you already rightfully said, is away from that, but I want to see what supplements it, what supports it, right? That's the biggest thing right now, considering that.
Why still ban Vi? Because the champion hasn't changed.
Straightforward competition in the mid lane. The Aries, the Syndras we've already talked about. Things like the Annie Jamada we saw last game from Hychel, but can still technically be a flex. Well, more so mid these days, right?
Yeah, it's been mid for a really long time. I think once the initial changes came through to Annie, right, it was definitely a flex. It was like, all right, it can go bot, it can go mid. A couple of passing changes, I think specifically toward the Molten Shield, was what really shifted it back to.
What's the optimal Lucian build right now, I think? I personally like just I think Storm Razor, Essence Reaver, and then you go Gale Force in most cases. Just go Lucian Army, just FF. Make the enemy FF. Or they are saying, Cryan, you want to play Ahri again? I can just pick AD here and enjoy. Okay.
I would like this Tristana to go through, not towards the bottom side, but for Cryan. I think just having the AD.
Okay, they're dropping full bot. Thank you very much, Tanner Bets.
They're gonna slam YSKM's Jax blind as well.
Tristana mid, guys, because they're Maokai.
Jake, but they still have to think about the jungle as well for LGD.
Which Yuumi better, old or new? Older Yuumi is much better than current Yuumi, but the items are so OP for Yuumi, so. Yeah, it's weird that Lucian Army gets ignored, but I also understand it, right? It's like, if Jace is already banned, it's like, you need to have AD mid. It is Tristana mid 100%. They're gonna ban Lucian. Lucian Army will not go full fire, by the way.
They're gonna feel a little bit more confident, I beg your pardon, in going towards Meteor.
And they're gonna ban Xayah Rakan.
Because if you're IG, you kind of already know that Fearness is probably gonna have a pretty okay matchup ready. Maybe they
Yuumi is better on Zeri? Nah, not necessarily, no. Why would it be better?
with Jax one-to-one very well, whilst also being very happy to play into double AD carry comps. And when you likely running the Tristana, I think that ban was a little bit telegraphed. LGD,
The new items are just OP, that's all.
You know, probably another powerful
New items on Yuumi are really OP, that's all.
They removed away the Lucian. I wouldn't be surprised if they also just take the Jinx off the table, right? Double hyper carry with a Jax and potentially 2 tanks doesn't really feel like something I would like to play against. I feel like LGD probably wouldn't want to play against it too. So I would anticipate they look to remove one more hyper carry. Oh, okay. This makes a little more sense as well. Xayah, just more because...
No, Tristana is not flex. It's unplayable into this bot.
Because she's a mobile and doesn't have the same level of safety as the Xayah.
Wonder if there's no Xayah, if LGD have just opened themselves up for maybe one of the more standard junglers that we saw at MSI.
Zeri is just a little bit too unbalanced.
Away, but LGD, now we have to see what they put as a priority.
They'll probably play like some Braum lane, I think.
You've got Viego Graves still up, right? And I think you can definitely play it as like a fully...
Thank you very much.
I was very close to it. Kennen, okay, yeah.
The Rhythmatist. Twins, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate it, thank you. I don't know about this blind Jax.
I like this, and spoke about the Jinx. I think those are the choices for LGD, right? If you remove away the Xayah, then you remove away the innate safety that an AD carry can have. Jinx plus, you know, an Enchanter would probably be...
Yeah, that could happen, Sydney. I didn't think about that. It's true. Let's see if they do it.
That Aphelios, but it's just going to be the Braum and the Jinx. So a strong 2v2 in the bottom side, and LGD looking to round out. I would imagine with a setup jungler, with a little bit of engage, and Wukong definitely fits that bill.
Braum versus Kennen versus Annie versus Aphelios. A lot of value coming through here from Wink in this game, and I just love that for IG, you know, we looked at them as the Draven, aggressive bottom lane, but IG is showing already there's a bit more versatility thrown into that 2v2 this split. As drafts round out in Jamada, for LGD, are we looking at the all-in, the Wombo? It just feels like an ulti setup.
Yeah, this is alright. Maokai first pick made them pivot.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just on the money, Jake. I think first Herald,
holy.
Dragon as well.
Someone called Dom. We found out someone that is older than him. That guy's born 1874. I'd say Kennen wins against Jax pretty hefty.
A lot of the side of LGD, right? The bottom lane 2v2, a little bit harsh. I think the mid lane is one where Cryan should be able to get a fair amount of priority. Just because Annie...
He is a monolith.
Attack range, right? But you can't really stop the auto shove. You don't necessarily have the level of wave clear, so I think mid...
Tristana top, well... I think Jax won't have a good time against Annie mid. Doesn't sound nice.
The top side matchup a little bit first, and then you try and move that pressure down towards that first Herald spawner.
And at least give yourself an edge over YSKM. Last game, the lane wasn't too bad here for this Malphite and Fairness, but things have changed. We're on a lot more volatile streak in game number 2. And LGD need to fight their way back in their debut series of the split. Otherwise, IG with a 2-0, it'd be a very convincing start. And Jamada, you and I were talking in rehearsal. We're talking before and saying that if IG could split open LGD in convincing fashion, it would be a great sign for this split. It would be an insane start. That would once again...
That was for one day. They paid 20 subs for 1 day of Red Bull advertisement. I think that's fair, no?
In spring, but it does come down to this as, hang on, I just saw an assist on Fairness.
Nah, blood.
Are we from the future? Is someone dying? Is someone at level 1 dying? I don't know. Maybe it was a glitch.
No, I think it was a glitch. Don't worry. Yeah. Unless Fairness gets an assist really soon, at which point we know shenanigans are afoot, I guess? Question mark.
Yeah. What happens here, maybe? I don't know. Well, let's just wait and see. LGD are grouping up. This could be dangerous. IG, maybe it was from the future. The Winter's Bite is there.
Okay. Tristana's here.
But not followed up. IG just dropped their way out, dropping a Waters. Wink leaves, making sure he can get full information.
Any opinion on the red changes? I haven't even seen them.
And just getting a bit of an advantage. Now, Jamada, as we talked about, as Cryan's just going to get stunned up here, you mentioned IG with a bit of an advantage through mid, through bot, and how they can play these lanes.
For just me, just you.
Exactly. I think that Tristana should be able to get the first wave in now. This is a 1v1, which, yeah, Tianjin, it's a little bit hard to lose that, but both junglers will walk away level 1 because Meteor was able to get enough small chickens. You can see if Tianjin even got one more, he would have leveled up, but he doesn't feel too bad about it. He can go over to his own Raptor camp and just level up. Also leashed a little bit of XP. Still didn't get to level 2, but either way, just sets Meteor a little bit further behind and sets him on a bit of an awkward first pathing where now he could potentially be locked into moving towards the top side, which is perfect for IG because the
Rel to jungle.
flies in the early game phase.
I don't know about all that.
What we wanted to talk about is how this top side could be a little bit more volatile. Fearness already pushing out YSKM. Jamada, look at the start of this lane. This is great for Fearness as he hits level 2 and continues.
Sucks to be Jack's blind pick.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing, as I hope we get a little bit of downtime, with the minion changes to the side lanes, right? Obviously, the intended change...
I'll check out the Real mid scope after this.
A little bit harder for mid laners, specifically to Roam, as this level 1 ward is going to actually catch out Meteor on his Grom. So, nice information gained by IG is that if you're in, you know, a shoving lane like this, it can be quite difficult to get out of it in the isolated 1v1. Find windows for good resets, especially once the teleport is down. So we'll see if Fearness can keep up this pressure, right? Because if he can chunk out...
I think runes don't matter that much for Kellen.
As long as Fearness can also reset himself...
You see the changes to minions, by the way? You know, on the previous patch, YSKM would just die if he did that. Like, the minions are not fighting back. That's so stupid, by the way. It's insanely stupid. I really dislike this change.
The enemy minions aren't hitting him, so that also helps out just a touch more in those 1v1 trades.
That shit is crazy, man. I really don't like that change.
Jamada, I mean, if you want to complain about something else, minions just suck under turret now. I hate it. You know,
So basically the change is, if a minion hits a turret, he will never change aggro. He will be like he's decided. If he's hitting a turret, doesn't aggro ever anything else. As you can see here, Jax could just queue for free.
It's such a big deal. I mean, you even saw it there, right? When YSKM traded earlier on Fearness. That's an extra 100 HP he'd probably lose for making a trade like that happen. Doesn't happen like that anymore on this patch. As Tianjin, these are his chickens, man. These ain't Meteors.
No, I'm not joking. If the minions hit the turret, they don't change target ever.
Unfortunately, won't be able to make this dive on Fearness.
Mauka, like, Kenna just lost the game because of patch. He lost the lane because of patch, by the way. No meme.
But you're right. I mean, Tianjin right now renting out a KFC, it seems. And Meteor losing a couple of camps, but still even as down. Oh, what? Oh, the cameraman, you! Oh, wink at him, and they'll be dead.
Beauty still. Great stuff from Wink. And again, it's just denying Meteor a little bit.
Thank God Brom got it, because now he can... stacking waves as a range top laner is not that good anymore. It is. You have to. There's no other way to play it.
He's now taken a loss in the Scuttle department, which is probably the biggest hit to a jungler's ego you could give him.
Holy shit, European traps.
You gotta give a bit of credit there for Wink, but also, I mean, credit we've been giving IG all series long. As
Yeah, you can talk Polish, it's no problem.
What's going on despite the little steal there? Meteor is keeping up with CS teams.
Dan Sama.
Again, obviously doing a good job to meet him there each and every time.
Okay, these minions are not in the turret.
YSKM getting some really good trades here. Even through the minion wave.
So, these fight back.
And he pops up and Fearness just gets bopped.
Yeah, really good time because the minions do amp the damage of the Counter-Strike as well. So if Fearness stood in a wave like that, YSKM can actually just jump inside the wave and get a massive amount of burst damage out of the Counter-Strike. Now, level 6 is here.
Meow, meow, meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow, meow. Okay.
Just gonna take a back foot. Doesn't want to take the 50-50 as he hasn't reset yet. It's been 6 minutes. He's got a lot of gold.
Yeah. Maybe thinking there's a little bit sus. Fearness sitting in the middle of the wave. Tianjin does make that reset happen, but...
Yeah, they made the dives weaker with the minion change, and... yeah, they just made slow pushes weaker.
By the way, I forgot that interaction existed where Satchel Charge... Satchel Charge, you know what I'm talking about, Jamada. As Tibbers comes out,
Boom.
A trade of his own. Actually gets the AoE onto turrets. So Crying Close getting that first plating in the mid lane in the meanwhile. Haichao just puts a little bit more damage into
Tristana eating the honey fruity.
We're just chilling out a bit more than we were last game. Mr. Marta, we got ourselves a minute 30 till the Herald. Dragon sitting
Hello, kumpel.
I feel like we might have both objectives up at the same time to fight for.
Yeah, we definitely could do. Feels pretty good for LGD, all things considered, though, because we spoke about how it's level 6 where their skirmishing power really comes online, right? Haichao obviously has the Annie out on the field right now, or the Tibbers, rather. On field right now. It does have a pretty short cooldown if it stays alive the entire duration, so
I've never had gushers actually, but they look delicious.
Put far enough behind to the point where I feel like it might take him a while to hit level 6 at this point, but still matching level with Tianjin right now. Smite's not available. However,
But I'm eating clean now.
So this Skull, he's got to kind of wait out a bit. He's got 10 seconds left, but with the support of his bottom lane, he should be able to score that one. And again,
I've never had gushers. They just look delicious. I imagine that they taste like fucking chemicals.
WE jungler. I'm trying to think, Jamada. Maybe I'll lose my train of thought here for the time being. His stun comes out. Meteor not being
Here goes Meteor. Oh, good.
Get the range onto Cryan, so he rocket jumps away. Cryan then just fishes the wave closer towards him.
Yeah, detox właśnie potrzebuję. I need detox. Like, if I'm gonna eat fucking Prince Apollo for the meme, you know, I need to eat clean so I can eat them.
More items into the game. Like, there are so many names for things, it's hard to keep up. It's like, again, complaining about being a caster is just such like a first world problem, you know?
It really is. You know, me and Joe yesterday were talking about like all of the AD item changes, of course, the component like paths in, having to relearn those sometimes, you know. He saw a new quiver, is like, oh yeah, you know, that champion's going into a mythic, and it's like, no, actually, new quiver doesn't go into mythics anymore. It feels bad, man.
Dude, I can't get over the, you know, the new Ornn changes, as hopefully we will see in an Ornn. Get to talk about Cry of the Shrieking City for the Echoes of Hellion, which I think is the item. Yeah, well, it makes sense. Cry of the
Well, it's not about the damage to the turrets. It's like in a lot of these matchups, it's like range into melee is all about melees being able to threaten all-ins, and minions is a show of force. So when you're stacking waves and you have an advantage in the minion wave, it gives you XP advantage and also minions that fight with you, and you have you're going to be able to kill the next wave faster, right? If that's what you want to. And that's a really big deal. By the time the wave crashes, those minions are no longer actual minions. They're just fucking Yorick ghouls.
and lets them know that YSCamp will be receiving the bounty for the first blood for this Jack's top as Cryan has the outie out of there. Haichao chasing after him. Cryan just at half HP.
Damn.
An IG win in the top side.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that felt like a play that was going to happen for a while.
That is nuts.
Go as well, Tianjin, but this time around, Fearness a little bit too far up the lane. Ultimate just locks him in place, and surprisingly, they won't be able to pick up this Herald after the fact. It's actually going to be...
That's crazy, guys.
Side up, and I think IG are actually halfway into rotation for this play, but recognize they'll be too far behind. So this isn't even really punished by LGD.
I need to have Inspired on my team.
LGD are effectively kind of just getting this.
I think if I play support and Inspired is my jungler, we will completely 1v9.
And they're even going to keep their bottom laners in the top.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Guys,
Hello?
please.
Hello?
Nah.
Check. Nice. Okay. Well, I'd be spewing. It's a new tactic. Sorry. Oh,
My man.
God, I'm sorry. I guess at that point they'll realize the Super Mega Death Rocket flies.
They think they have Herald. They actually think they have Herald right now.
Up to defend the top side. They're like, this would have been a lot easier with a Herald. In fact, they probably would have gotten close to getting.
Oh my god.
But Jamada, it stays standing.
You know, this is my last day on the LPL for a little while. And this is the second time. This is the second time I've seen some shenanigans like this.
That is hilarious. I love that.
24 hours, and you know, maybe it's a good thing I'm not here for the next
Bro, you sweeper on the turret. Did he? No way. No way.
Fly through.
Holy shit, that's fucking funny. Holy shit.
No one in the inventory. Because, you know, Wink now has ulti. We've got Arn's ulti off course as well. Everyone's got everything up, it seems. And I'm kind of expecting an all-out brawl here as no one touches the dragon. Everyone moves back away. Cryan and Mike battling it out. But Pibble, what a rigged champion that is. As Cryan again. We'll see if that gives LGD any windows towards this objective that is waiting so eerily long to be taken. I mean, 12 minutes first dragon, Jamal.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
taken, right? 12 minutes in. But for LGD, I mean, they can fight whenever they want. I will say for IG,
that is what happened, bro. They didn't pick up Herald, and then they wanted to place Herald, and then he just swept the turret.
Weird way. Are we getting a replay of them leaving the Herald? Did he? Okay. Did he think that he picked it up? This is key. This is crucial. He went for the plants and then just forgot.
He wasn't looking anywhere else first. I mean, look, guys, there'll be people in chat laughing, but are we any better? Look at our ranks. Look at ourselves.
Oh, this shit.
Found an achievement to get to gold 2 the other day. That's how
Meteor's having a day, dude.
Okay. So I will give Meteor the benefit of
He's getting robbed everywhere. But it's okay, he has Divine Sunderer now.
Many of us can say we've done that with League and ping pong. Yeah, he was actually. He was a professional ping pong player. I don't know how far he went, but I'm gonna say Olympics? Question mark? From what I remember, like 5
He doesn't sweep that early. Like, he put Herald on a good time. It was on 3rd plating. They would break that plating, and then they would break the last 2.
Forgiven though, let's be real. But we just know we're not any better.
No, we're not. You know, we joked about that dragon. It did get taken down finally, so we're gonna have a late soul, and that's what I was getting to for IG.
That's crazy, guys. That is brilliant.
On the map for so long because realistically, you get to.
Didn't sweep at the ending of that replay now. He has 2 sweepers. Keep in mind, you have 2 sweepers on jungle.
Fearless as best as he can, staying even in CS in this matchup.
Wait, he swept twice? He swept twice and didn't realize? That's even funnier then.
Still looks like he's no Triforce here in this game. Just being able to have that little bit extra amount of sustain will definitely go the distance in making sure those trades stay in your favor.
Who has better draft here? I think I like red side a little bit more.
What items are, you know, OP might not always make their transition in, right? Divine Sunderer against a team that will build a bit of health as well. People like Nautilus, people like the Wukong too. Let's not forget that naturally the cannon will have a bit as Dreadfly brings in Wing. He's buying. But
it's like one of those things, right? It's like
trouble is he in? Is the question you're all asking.
Player gap is heavily in blue side favor.
Remember, there's no dragon up. It was taken by IG a little bit before.
It's a bit of a hands gap. So me saying red side is better draft is not a prediction. just to make that clear. Alright? Just to make that clear.
I don't think they're going to find another engage opportunity like that for a little bit just because of the pacing.
Very happy that you guys joined me for the LPL co-streams. We're going to be co-streaming every single day, man. Every single day we're going to be co-streaming. We're going to be co-streaming LCK. We're going to be co-streaming whatever the fuck LCS is. That's going to be hilarious.
Divine Sunderer on the Wukong makes him a complete beast. Fairness as well. I wonder if... No, okay.
When is LCS? It's supposed to start on Thursday.
But for Fairness as well, that rocket belt, I imagine, has to be pretty close to being completed. And Chow's first item Echo, so that's up and available. So LGD, they're online and ready to team fight and skirmish. It's just about whether or not they're actually going to get the opportunity, or whether or not IG give it to them.
We have to see 2 minutes till that next dragon. It's been a slow one. Everyone's sitting at home. Just
no, it's not much of a shift. It's like Zeri, Yumi, Lucian, Milio, and that's it.
A lot of ult buttons, Jamada, a lot of all-in AoE, massive team fight from angles here from LGD. We also mentioned that IG, if those backline carries stay alive, they will pop. So we've got to look for that damage coming out now with the 1 items you mentioned, especially since they're moving towards this topside Herald. Looking for the engage up here. IG aren't going to find it. Instead, they'll get Fairness's TP out. Actually, he used that towards the top side of the map, so he does himself.
It's such a weird word for it, no? The fact that the word for someone that breaks a strike is called scab. Scab is such a nasty word. Like, when I hear scab, I'm like, ugh.
No one's pulling the trigger.
Yeah, I think now that the Storm Razor's there for Cry and also has the Merc Treads, the ability to actually space a little bit better if you get that first.
It's a nasty sounding word.
So we might have your wishes.
Boom! He got Divine Sundered.
But for now, again, both these teams just not really willing to pull the trigger on anything too aggressive for now. But again, finally this Herald which is spawning up, which is being toyed with by Tianjin. time and time again. LGD, I think
Fucking scared.
They want mid lane priority and they won't.
Stride breaker? You mean strike breaker, bro? Your fucking League of Legends brain is completely unleashed.
It means that YSKM and Fairness can never really rotate. But here we go.
Haichao. YSKM might have to deal with both of them. Haichao's come on in. He hasn't been spotted on the TV.
Meow.
That was for the Herald.
Meow.
They're playing it epically cautious.
Alright, Meteor, pick it up. Let's see if they pick it up.
They're just giving this, but the problem is, Jamada, you already mentioned, it's not just wave clear, it's range and damage. They have 280 carries. Bot just died. Mid is now going to get shoved in as well. IG are probably getting a hell of a lot more gold than they
Yeah,
I think if IG were a little bit more decisive as well on the back end of this to give up the Herald shoving the wave, get a little more damage down into that tier 1, they could have maybe even taken it. Maybe I'm overstating. They kept some members there, but they will get this second dragon, right? And stacking up towards what looks like it's going to be a Cloud Soul will feel good, right? For a lot of these champions, the movement in
okay.
LGD will feel
Boom.
dangerous. Here's the Maokai ulti as well. Wink
Holy.
everything. There's a depth charge.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not like this. Not like that. Fairness.
Oh, boy.
Going forward, but that's YSKM, baby.
FF. FF. Bobby Schmurda. It's Schmurda time. Oh, give us that cleanup. Clean it up, baby. Clean it up. Boom. Everybody survives as well with 1 HP.
And tries to buff him for death. But when you use everything on a Brom, you better expect what's coming next.
It's a 1-for-5 clean, almost ace for IG.
Wasn't Crying destroyed by your girlfriend? Yeah, he was. He got completely smacked in solo queue by my girlfriend. Bro, my hair is wild. I got that Kramer thing going on. Look at that, man. Woo! What's happening there?
Gives over his life because he tries to commit the ultimate. You just need to sack your top laner here, right? The Maokai ultimate's already flown through. There's no more CC.
Good flash from Crying.
And I think this overcommitment for 3-4 seconds to bring in YSKM.
Bro, I just want to shave my damn head, man.
I'm not gonna lie, the animation looks like it should have stunned all of them, to be fair. Yeah. As soon as he comes in, it's lights out, because then you start to get the resets going for Arn, for Crying, and you can see how quickly.
Bro, it's summer now. It's summer now.
This team is nuts. I mean, there's been some moments, let's be real, that IG have been humbled a bit by LGD.
My girlfriend actually doesn't let me, man. Do it for charity stream. I was gonna say, oh look, Alena, I have sub goal. Look how much money I made for shaving my head. Woo! What is YSKM doing on the map all the time, man? My man's bored. My man's bored. Bored.
Over the off season. 1 versus 4. Oh, I think he's also going towards the new Hullbreaker too, which is
A little Hullbreaker action on Jax.
efficiency buff over 1310. I don't think Tianjin is going to make anything stick here.
Actually, my hair is growing crazy fast. By the way, it's like a pile of grass.
Champions, whenever they do come out of the locker, right? The Camille, the Fiora.
Thank you very much again for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it.
A little bit of extra AD and some movement speed, crucially as well, given to the item.
When did you shave it? When did I shave it?
To a lot of these bruisers and that want to play on the side lane, then occasionally, you know, rotate over that movement speed.
Like 2 months ago?
And again, YSKM is now battering down people like Venus. Going to be a lot of fun to watch because now got an item advantage. Despite being down CS, was able to pick up a bit of plating, I believe, and at least rather find himself a bit of pressure through the turret too to get the gold. In a favorable position, but let's be real, Jamada.
More, no, you want LEC? Maybe more, yeah. I don't know exactly when.
Majority of this 5,000 gold lead at 21 minutes. These double 80 carries, so far LGD haven't really been able to touch them, and I think we've got to give credit to the disruption.
Is red side still the better side? I would say blue side is much better now. Damn!
Oh my God!
Yo, what was that? What did he do?
He's been caught out too. It's a depth charge. That's great though. Arn will dive at Crine. Still free hitting.
This game, Luden's Annie is definitely really troll. But it's not troll every game. Guys. Wait, he has Gale Force? I thought he had IE. Oh, I was still looking at Jinx items. I'm silly. Okay, okay.
Crucial point, and now Tianjin is up with YSKM. in a 2 versus 4, but Haichao has teleport, so it'll be 2v5 very soon. This should just be going over to LGD. Almost no doubt. WiseCam doesn't want to give it up. I think he's the one calling over.
Okay.
He has Galeforce. I was looking at Jinx items.
But I mean,
he has flash available, as you said.
They are having too much fun, guys. Guys, we're having too much fun. Let's take it easy. Shibal. That is crazy. That is crazy. Give us a replay. Alright, so we snacked on this guy. And then what happened here? These guys are just on a magical journey right here. And then Meteor is just too good. Meteor is just too good, guys. It's all those heralds that he took. Yep. So Jack suicides, and then we have a fight on top. We have some European traps. It is what it is, and it ain't what it isn't. I believe Dom is traveling. Dom is traveling, man. Nice. That is a gold graph right there.
Now's a pro belt and a void stuff. So 2 items. I'm looking across LGD's members, and I'm seeing 2s. And especially with that Zonya's hourglass, Haichao can start making some moves with flash available.
You shaved the 3rd of March, so nearly 3 months. Okay. This is good 3-month action.
Knock down some more towers, right? They haven't gotten a single one, so I can't even use the word more. They just need to knock down towers of the Baron. Plain and simple. We'll see how much wave play.
Yeah, Mercs and Cleanse is very strong here.
With how powerful some of these
This is a terrible Luden's game because the enemy already has a lot of MR.
Score it around the map and take those standing bits of gold away. Crying. Oh, Fierce.
Oh, well, yes, he is. You'd expect it. There's the ulti into the
Boom. Holy, plays outside the pocket. Boom. Gets the flash too. Push mid, push top, dive Annie. Let's go. Cannon minion strong. Yeah. Luden's is a tech. I've explained the tech of Annie really many times, but this is not the game for it. This is 100% the under game.
And get a tower. It's still an uptrade, right? This is Baron time, so this feels quite poor for LGD. Not really gaining much from the Baron overall, right? They do call themselves.
Yeah, obviously this Annie build is fucking terrible. So let me explain it, and I'm gonna explain it once only. If you go Luden's, you should do it in cases where you are solo AP and the enemy doesn't buy MR. You go CDR boots in cases where you go Shadow Flame second. Otherwise, you go Sorceress. You go, this game, it's a Liandry game. And that's it. It's a Liandry Zonya game.
The longer those lanes, the more WiseCam can build up those waves in Chamada, the more that we can see this Jax take over as he approaches 6 as well. Side lanes versus team fighting. We've already seen some good ones here from LGD.
How OP were mid laners when you could buy Proto Build and Luden's.
This should have been their game too. It should have been a kind of a clean.
You can go Rally second too. But the issue is Tristana will farm you.
It's moments like that that remind you why they didn't make it in spring. While this team, who is still comprised of 3 out of the 5 members, struggled.
It's a game where actually like having Zonya is good. Because enemy has Jinx and Tristana and Jax.
We have to see if they're another team that won't let IG get away with this big blunder.
Yep, nail on the head. They have to be clinical against these teams who, you know, realistically have very similar aspirations to.
Hello, Sikov.
Started to positively trend throughout.
The crack ain't with the sack. He'll be back.
Make top 10 for sure in summer, but you know,
to give you what you lack.
An AD carry like Envy.
A smack on the back.
Intentions are on your side, right? You're trying to build on what was a pretty positive back end of the split for IG. You have to take down a team like this because these guys will be, you know, one of your direct.
Still very losing, even though after the throw.
Being a team that, you know, bottom side can kind of finish maybe.
It's more about the concentrated gold here, and like Tristana's level 17, guys. It's like levels on Tristana is insanely OP because it's like Gale Force damage scales with level. BT skills with level. It's like right now Tristana, I just want them to click on Tristana and I just want, oh look at that AD. Look at that AD guys. I'll move the camera. Look at that AD. 358. That is nuts. Right now, BT gives 90 AD.
That is going to deal with a lot of this Maokai, maybe a lot of the Brom as well. Some of the tanky stats now having a bit of an option here for LGD to pass through.
Yeah, absolutely. Can cut through these frontliners. Needs the good guns too. At the moment, sat on the Chakrams and the Gravitums, wants to swap the white gun.
Yeah, that's kind of hilarious, Leaf.
Be Infernum after that.
Żadne principal dzisiaj zjadłem, żadne. I think LGD draft is easier to play, yes.
See whether or not he tries to get through those magazines, as Cryan just being a nuisance on the side lane is actually pulling a lot of priority up here. But
Dom is the GOAT streamer, man. Dom is the GOAT streamer, man. I really love Dom, man. I really like Dom. Dom, you know, it's crazy to me. I've never met Dom in real life. That's crazy to me. It's really, really crazy to me. I've never met Dom. It feels like I've known him for a very long time, man. I really like Dom.
358 AD. Thanks to 40 AD because he's almost level 18. Remember now, it doesn't give that shield as I might need to stop talking about that because
he's fun to hang out with, and I know exactly where I have him all the time. I know exactly where I have him, you know? He wears his principles on his sleeve. Respect, man. Okay, Jen, this is not the way. Alright. Imagine you're playing Maokai, right?
Yeah, that feels so bad. And now
you're playing Maokai and you get smacked? Come on, Blood.
They're gonna lose the dragon. Oh, the Baron rather, so they'll send Cryan on to the dragon instead. Try and get this tier 2 and trade out as much immediate.
Why isn't Cadril doing it? Cadril says that, you know, he can't really focus on the game when he has homies on, and I understand it. It's like sometimes the nutsack is so full and it's just full degen mode. You know, you have perks coming in saying nice shit, and then it's like, and then Gilius is singing barking, and then I say some dumbass shit. Dom flames T1, even though like we're watching like fucking LCS. It becomes a mess. 7 AM in the morning, she's calling, I'm yawning, she's jarring, no stalling. Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's picked up his void staff too, so we are singing the praises of LGD at this point.
Smiling my thing from barking. 7 AM in the morning, she's calling, I'm yawning. Bro, that song is actually so fucking clapped, I'm not gonna lie. That song is just funny because of that. 7 AM in the morning, she's calling, I'm yawning.
They also work.
Yes!
What's going on? He's just decided that life was not worth living. Apparently, YSKM, as you said on the side,
YSKM is on a journey. Holy, he hunts alone. He hunts alone. He hunts alone.
My goodness me, YSKM as well. Wits End completed, right? So he just
Did you watch him try and sing it live? It was tragic. Really? Is that some between the game content? Jax is chasing Annie. Jeez, I don't even understand how this shit fucking started. Why is Jax associated with all of that stuff? Why is Jax associated with all of that stuff? Because I Shinshin. Nah, blood. It's like the same. It's like my cat is called Cookie. Like, I'm not gonna fucking let anything ruin shit, dude. I'm not gonna let these fucking bozos ruin fucking anything, man.
Yeah, really great, but I think nice bit of discipline on the back end of this from IG.
No way.
If they go for that second inhibitor, they could get teleported on by Haichao, and I think that's what they're
It's not allowed, blood. What's Jin Zhao doing, man? Bro, it's fucking protecting these pink wards that they place like that. Oh shit, man. Professional paid player, man. That is crazy. Damn. Thank you for flashing away from your homies. Oh, my dead homies. Look at crying. 386 AD. Choo-choo.
It's not the only one, right? Cryan now with 4 items, Storm Razor and Phantom Dancer. That is a
Holy. No E. No E. No flash. No life. You gonna die. Okay. Okay, never mind. A little TP. A little TP. A little TP. So many Yordles in the game. Braum, Tristana, Annie, Cannon. YSKM just doesn't stop, man. He just doesn't stop. It's psycho. It's just fucking... What is happening, man? Fucking... Someone give him a stopwatch. That just fucking ticks down to 8 seconds. So... it just... I assure you, YSKM was in the car with his parents. He's like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? It's like, yo, YSKM, we didn't even fucking start driving yet, man. Look at how we there yet.
The biggest issue here for IG, the fact that they've, given over critical picks whilst the parents.
What's poppin'? Ah, we're chilling, man. We're chilling. We're doing some LPL. We're doing some LPL.
LGD has to be,
big thing LPL.
Tenacity they've had to find those picks and continue to keep IG on their toes.
Well, in 5 seconds, maybe we compliment them again. It just depends, because this 20-second Dragon timer is what we're looking towards, folks. Does this go the distance?
Serpent's Fang Braum has gotten really nerfed, by the way. Like, there's no... Just because BT doesn't give shields anymore, there's no reason for, Serpent's Fang Braum to ever happen, guys. Holy, I like this from IG, though, to just keep pushing top and setting up Crime for success. This is a good showcase of how to win games with Tristana, honestly. It's like they've really valued her farm and creating waves in a way that are advantageous to her, and now she's so strong, wins everyone on side. It's really good. But LGD, they have champions that can make things weird in team fights. Oh, huge from YSKM. Huge. Really big. Really big.
It is a massacre. It is a ham sandwich. Ladies and gentlemen, take a bite, because in big
wow. This was YSKM. This was only YSKM. No, I'm not gonna lie. This is all YSKM. Really good angle there. Found.
I think more credit to LGD than anything else. We'll see if Haichao and Fearless have anything to
say. Yo, if you pull up Cryan's stats right now, it's like his CSD. His CSD is crazy, man. It's like Yamato Cannon Dragonborn's numbers. Oh, this is a death cap. This is a death cap, by the way. Death cap Cannon, bro. Cannon is fucking zapping them. Zippity zappity zoop. At least YSKM can hunt alone. They suicided for the boy. Bro, press tab, homies. Like, look how fed this Cannon is. Like, why are you guys fucking running after him? He's got Braum and Maokai, these bozos.
Triple kill goes over. Let's see. I mean,
yo, just take it easy, you know? Just take it easy. No stress. No stress at all.
Oh no, that's not. Yeah, that's
the death cappuccino, dude. Look at these two bozos standing on his corpse. The golden corpse.
And with the death timers as long as they are.
Nah, blood. There's no way LGD is gonna win this. Yo, Zero OTP, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Thank you. CBA Game 3. Let me see some EDG action. Give me that EDG action. Aye. Bro, YSKM is living true to the fucking fisherman spirit. Man's always fishing in the blue side jungle. Fearless never has flash.
Maybe the most amount of Barons I think I've seen a team have.
Kenny was rooted, yeah, and he got fucking cute. Maokai went over muscle memory.
3 is a lot. In 36 minutes, like, 3 is a lot. I feel like the number 4 and number 5 has to be a record. Surely there's an
Hey.
team out there. Sorry to throw shade.
Oh shit, I bit my tongue.
Has had 2
Aye.
Barons, you know, still can't end the game. I feel like that's the region that feels very relevant. Maybe now's not the time to...
And his build is saved.
Release LGD with another Baron. The game goes on. They only lost 1 Nexus turret.
Morello?
Backdooring really available right now. And I guess we wait for...
There's nothing better than Morello?
I guess...
Shadow Flame is just straight up better. So much better.
Well, I think for IG, I'm kind of surprised they have Crying on the top side right now. I feel like you would probably want YSKM up there, but that's the allocation they've got.
Was Milio Bandias?
But I'm trying to think, like, as IG...
Then Magic Pen is good.
So good at,
I think 20 is better.
and just generally finding picks. Do you just try and continue to commit to the side lane plays? Because I feel like the side lane plays have been arguably the most successful when the side laners have been left to their lonesome, right? It feels like when IG overcommit to the side to try and protect said side lane, that's when things become a bit problematic. For now, though, that aside, for LGD happy to try and siege up.
This man's smart.
90 seconds still left on this Baron.
This game gonna come out of brush, not gonna pull a spooky surprise as Crying's back up in that top lane. Mid getting pushed, but IG have to pay the respect. I mean,
okay.
they've grouped up as a 4-man, and they are taking turrets.
They're going.
So quickly.
Taking turrets, taking names. An has no clans. These words were spoken by Joe Rogan.
Almost 40 minutes in, that's a teleport. They'll see it because it's on a control ward, but
Oh.
coming in, Jake.
Man, this Nautilus is so bored, dude. Fucking Wukong clone is blocking and he finds a way to eat some roots. Look at that mid wave. We got a mid wave going on. I wonder now if they're going to try to squeeze here. Find some cancellations. Kennen is showing, has TP. They're preparing for Dredsky. Nash is over in 30 seconds, is the last wave.
Stay away.
Okay, Ana's low HP. Green gun. Ooh, good guns here for Meteor to fight. If they let these guns run out, it would be better for them.
And they're gonna get engaged on surely, but aren't chunked out. They're just a bit hesitant, IG.
Okay.
YSKM again won't follow through, so we wait and we see, and I guess 20 seconds for the Dragon. IG don't want to pull the trigger.
Dragon these nuts.
They want that advantage that makes the game a little bit easier for them, especially with LGD backing away.
Good random Zoman by. This Wukong is very tanky, dude. It's like red side comp is really strong. Alright. Soul is not too shabby, guys. Well, let's try to pick up the soul. We enjoy the soul. Hey, soul sister. Da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da. Alright. This is a Cloud Soul. We're running. Alright. Tristana's on top. If they break this turret top, they have a game, by the way. The LGD is... They have no clue what the fuck LGD is doing. They are lost on the map. Egg sauce. The egg sauce. Boom. Zippity. Zappity. Nautilus. Like, look at these 3 on mid. They left 3 people to do the midway, by the way. Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. He's fucking moonwalking, mate. He's moonwalking.
Comes to the top side, inhibitor down. Saving Private Ryan. It won't be done. LGD take him down.
Yo, he start walking.
If it finishes off our series.
Have you missed the LPL, Jake?
Yeah.
Have you?
Alright, is this Envy's moment? Envy. Envy, this is your moment, baby. Envy, this is your moment, baby. Come on, Envy. Come on, Envy. Red, white, baby. Or just give 3 inhibs, baby. FF the game, baby. See you.
Maybe 3 inhibitors is where they max out. Maybe this is critical mass. For now, IG looking to just reset. And I mean, 60 seconds on the Baron. This is as
Bruh, if you don't want to fight there, then just FF. What are you gonna do against three super waves? What are you gonna do against 3 super waves? And Tristana and everybody gonna knock on your door. Okay, they're still breathing, guys. They're still breathing. It ain't over.
I don't think it's by the book, Jamada. I think this is just whatever feels right for you. And as Baron comes up number 4, I think it feels right to just...
What do you mean Envy has the upset gun management? Bro, his red white is correct.
That's the right word. I don't know. My English is absolutely garbage for someone that speaks...
He also had green, blue. It's also perfectly fine. Like green, blue, Green-blue fucks up your rotation, but it's really strong.
This game continues on.
You said no one's reading a book. I feel like the coaching staffs of both teams here are going to be throwing books.
Now he needs to get rid of these guns, and he needs to do it pronto. He needs to do it quick.
Educated again on how to close out, but for LGD again, it has to be said, still a very tenacious game being thrown.
Tenacious D. Alright, I don't like that we are over-indexing here on the Nash. It's like these super minions, they're farming. But I guess they're full items, doesn't matter too much. You have time to do Nash, it's okay. Ah, so Jinx is still meta. Great. Yes, Team BDS. Yes.
Right now, with the Baron up, now you imagine it's time. But, I mean, Cryan was on the bottom side of the map with practically... Or rather, WiseCam was running out of mana on the bottom side of the map. They both have teleport. Almost.
Alright, Jackson, Tristana knocking on Heaven's door. They're knocking on Heaven's door, baby. They're pushing.
But I think it should just buy them the space to get.
Oh, I like that they don't give a shit about the pink. Now they clear it finally. Tristana and Jax knocking on Heaven's door. I don't know what Wink is doing here, but he's smurfing. I'm kidding, he's not smurfing. He's just got the move speed from the Cloud Soul and he was ult. Tristana now bonking top. Can we see? Why is this pip so small? Why is it so small? I want to see this. This is the main action. Oh. Blood, what's happening? Ah! Oh shit! Oh, he's in Sweden! He's in Sweden! He's in Sweden! Oh, Goomba stomp him! Woo!
Welcome back to the LPL for an absolute.
He's in Sweden.
And welcome to your stint on IG with a 2-0 opener to the split. What hilarious.
Damn, that's a crying show today. It's a crying show. It's the crying show.
A little bit bad for LGD, right? They held out for so long that it did just keep you on the edge of your seat, wondering whether or not they'd be able to close out. But eventually, it was about the side lanes, right? From Cryan, from YSKM, so much pressure on even and eventually they just all said
I can't believe, man, LGD fucking, he swept the turret. My man swept the turret. It's just, I'm mind blown. It's just, that is.
That was no 2-0. I don't get what anyone says. That was no 2-0. We all know. I don't understand how IG let their claws off that game. But
wow.
I mean, things to work on, right? Being real with his team, it is a
what a game. What a game, guys. What a game.
Have joined the squads over Gideon and Dove, who were here last
Very nice, very nice. Alright, brief intermission, guys. Brief intermission. And then we continue with the next series. We got EDG versus Nipple. I mean, NIP.
Sees blood in the water and has to go in. Whether he dies or not, it doesn't matter. It's just that's YSKM. So, what a banger. What a banger of a 2-0 from this team.
Yeah, it was really enjoyable. I think if we, take a second to breathe and bring ourselves back down to earth, like you were saying, right? I think the point on YSKM is very much true. I think this team still looks like it needs a little bit of discipline, specifically through the top lane. But generally, I like that they're willing to just, do exactly what they were doing in spring as a team, which is kind of just full send on a lot of the plays, right? Once that game opened up, even though it was a very slow early game, you started to see the willingness start to come back out from the IG side. I think on the opposite end for LGD, that was a game where they had to try and, I want to say snowball, but like play out early objective team fights, right? The first Herald, second Dragon, but those things never really came because it was IG who was slowing down the game so much in the first 15 or 20 minutes. So, great stuff to see from IG's first series, and Cryan and Tianjian look like great additions to this team, and it looks like a great engine has been placed inside of the moving car, the moving monster truck sometimes that can be IG.
And look, again, a lot of positive notes to take away. Excuse me, that for IG in particular, a lot of their skirmishes, a lot of their team fights look very sound. They look very dangerous when they group up. But just a couple of things like overextending through mid, that overextension that pushed them so far back in the game and made it competitive for LGD. I think LGD, we're expecting them to work on a lot of things because they've got a Korean in the roster this time around. There is a very different LGD squad driven by someone who on LSB was a name, but not really a driving force. So I'm curious to how they develop Jamada, considering that LGD have pretty low expectations, not only from their last split, but from the lineup that they're fielding.
Yeah, no, and even though the expectations are low, I still would like to see more, right? And trying to find that spark that was starting to put a little bit of faith in some of the LGD believers in terms of not necessarily making playoffs, but having, a really solid showing in summer, just because it was a couple of good results, right? They took down Top Esports in a 2-0, even though Top Esports were kind of spiraling. Still, the gap between these two teams should be so gargantuan that even aspiring Top Esports should take down an LGD side. And it was also, I think it was BLG. They gave EDG a bit of a run for their money. So, this LGD side can be no joke when they're all, on form. They just need to try and find that. I think the ideas from some of the drafts were good. It was just about the level of proactivity sometimes, which they weren't able to find, and that can definitely band-aided with things like draft.
Media was very quiet today. I mean, I think, we saw not only the jungle invades, but the cyclones that came out were never really proactive apart from 1 or 2. There were some really good ones, but it never came through early. There was never... Excuse me, I'm dying apparently from that last game. There was never a move by LGD's jungler to set up some of the lanes or try and get in there and start moving this early game ahead. It felt like IG just kept getting advantage after advantage, fighting a 5k gold lead, but again, that was thrown away. So what you can say about that game is it was definitely entertaining, and especially when IG have an expectation that they could hit playoffs by some, I think they need to do a lot better than that. But Jamada, so far, I think we have to be real. Cryan gets MVP of the series. If there was such an award, we would give Cryan MVP of the series, man, because he deserves it after that.
To be fair, he could also get MVP for this game as well. Like, it's not out of the question. He was definitely top 3. You'd argue maybe YSKM, Cryan, but either way, that first opening game was sensational. And like we've said time again, being on the bench in the manner that he was in spring has definitely seemed to have ignited a bit of a fire underneath his backside, because today's performance was very, very impressive from IG's new mid laner, and you can see it, right? Almost the most damage in the game. Fearless kind of farmed the damage off your ISKM in the lane, so it's a little bit inflated, but still pulling the large majority of the weight here for IG in this game number 2 on the Tristana, constantly finding advantages.
Right, I'm back.
After they were outside of the lane, right? The lane was a little bit rough, but that's most any lane in the meta. But
I have these nasty looking My Vegan protein chips. They just put in all of the buzzwords on the same package. Bro, what on earth is this, man? Bro, the smell of him is crazy. Look at this. Look at him. These are chips.
Still kind of exciting. And I feel like we're also getting a rendition of Arn and Wink from that last split.
Honestly, guys, not too bad.
Have been in I think both games now as well. But
Kinda good. Kinda good.
As I've just been told, Arn is coming up.
Shema Yamato, can you explain to your English-speaking viewers that Yebash Disa is? It should go out in the world.
Hello there, welcome to Postgame.
I don't think I'm the best person to explain that. So basically, JD, guys, is fuck this in Polish. People are writing this because he isn't so liked by the Polish community.
今天赢下来，然后很开心，能2比0赢下来，希望我们队伍能一直做得更好。
Yo, what's up with? Why is he looking like a supermodel, man?
Win this matchup, and I do hope our team can perform better and better. And
Bro, he looks like a fucking Tekken character, dude.
Patch 13.10 coming to the new patch, we see Emilio is available now, but also that we saw Yumi and Zerida's very strong body were very dominant yesterday. So in terms of balliness role, what do you think of today? This meta patch 13.10。那么来到我们13.10版本，昨天我们在赛场上就可以看到了泽利和猫咪这一个非常强势的组合。
Look at him, he's so serious.
而且现在的 Emilio 也是可以登上舞台了嘛，所以安选手觉得从下路来看，13.10的是一个怎么样的版本呢？
现在13.10的话，下路版本基本就是排位啊，比赛就是猫咪、泽利是属于独一档，其次就是米六这个英雄也是后期成长性比较特别高，所以基本上 就是还是那些除了厄斐琉斯之外，德利和那个米六应该就是非抢必扳的那种。
So first of all, I do think Zari and Yumi's body is really strong and have a very high priority no matter in solo queue and in official games. And secondly, Emilio is very powerful, especially in the late game while the game time is become very long and Emilio can grow into the late game. So I think except Aphelios that Zari, Yumi and Emilio will be very powerful in patch 13.10. And in terms of your roster, we see your new mid jungler Steel, and I think you guys perform pretty good, especially in some skirmishes and team fights. I'm curious about your team's communication and synergy. So
I think Sydney, I don't want to be recommending these, not gonna lie. They're alright, but I'm eating it because from the lack of anything else.
一些团战或者小规模团战当中的执行都是非常干净利落的决策。觉得今天跟这个新中野整个队伍搭档起来，你们的默契程度啊，还有你们这些磨合，感觉怎么样呢？
我们就是队伍新加入了2名兄弟伙，然后就是我们也磨合了半个月。
I bought them online, yeah. It's not like I made them at home.
就是中期很多协调性还需要更多的提升吧。
Actually, we have new teammates.
They are barbecue flavored.
Grinding for almost half a month, but I think we perform pretty good. But also, we need to practice our mid-game synergy. And final question for you, I also want to touch on the game. In late game, you guys. For several times, you guys almost managed to close the game, but LGD managed to come back. They secured the Baron, they pushed the balling.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. It's fucking vegan barbecue flavor.
To close them out, especially Crying killed 2 enemies, and he just closed this game with a very wonderful ending. 那么其实最后一个问题，第2局的时候，快到后面 IG 已经有很多次都攻上了他们的基地。
How trash are they? Honestly, I've had worse. I've had worse.
后来 LGD 这边甚至拿了大龙，去开掉了你们下路的水晶，但是最后的最后。
Bro, back in Syria, I was eating these ketchup flavored chips. Holy shit.
大概怎么样？特别是最后一波，看起来是一个非常完美的结局。
因为我们后期是比较焦灼的，他们阵容就是比较适合打5v5，我们就比较适合单带拉扯他们。然后因为我们前期的失误，后边有点难以进行就是中推。所以导致我们后边就是一直
on the chip scale,
他们2个去单
probably it's like a 3.
一直在拉扯他们，所以最后他们也是很激动的说让我们先扯正面，然后他们就进行一个一波，然后他们也做到了，挺厉害。
So first of all, I do think the late game was very intense. And in terms of the draft, our enemy picked the draft, which is really good at 5v5 team fights. But we got a draft which is available for solo lane, you know, like this kind of things. We just managed to push lanes by ourselves.
I'm consuming protein, that's all. Like, I'm eating fucking Hittenkäse. Cottage cheese, you guys know this shit?
Push their nexus, but in front of team fight, we wanted to kite, and with our
this shit had 11 grams of protein. How crazy is that, man?
Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢安来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Christina and thank you to Arn. I mean, it's
Rel's rework is finally here. I have some
Rel's rework is finally here.
It's hard to
clips along with every single new change, so I'm going to show you guys everything new. Let's just get straight
into it.
Why is her attack speed so high? Her attack speed is finally going up.
Oh,
she
nice.
can actually clear wards now. And her attack speed per level is going down by 0.5. Armor and MR per level are both going down. Move speed has been reduced by 5. Then we have her passive. Armor and MR shred has gone from 10% to 3%, but it now stacks up to 5 times per target, and all of her abilities also apply a stack of her passive.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Minimum steal and the minion steal have both been reduced. Also, she now keeps the resist for the full duration of the buff even if the target dies. She no longer deals bonus magic damage on hit, and hitting a new target no longer refreshes the duration of all targets. Next up we have her Q. Now stuns all targets for 0.75 seconds, applies
What?
Now stuns all targets for 0.75 seconds, applies passive and full damage to all targets, no longer heals self and ally. The range has been changed from 685 in front and 150 behind to 520 in front and 220 behind. The cooldown has been increased, going from 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 to 11, 10.5, 10, 9.5, 9. The cast time has also been increased by 0.1.
Yo, look. He's called EU Megan Fox. Bro, I have to say something, man. I don't know what's going on in Hollywood, but there's so many, like, pretty people that keep fucking up their faces. I don't know what's going on, man. Someone be making money on that, man. Yeah, of course. Don't buy this shit. No way buy this shit. I bought this and it's been in my fucking in my kitchen for the last, I don't know, half year. And I just picked it up now because I felt the need for speed. For sure not. Don't buy this shit.
5 seconds. She also now deals 250% damage to jungle camp.
There's
also
though.
a new mechanic on her Q where she gets 100 units of movement on swing to sell power, but this doesn't count as a dash for any mechanical reasons. After that we have her W. The passive move speed has been moved to her E. She now gains attack speed and attack range while dismounted. The MS She also now deals 200 50% damage to jungle camps. There's also a new mechanic on her Q where she gets 100 units of movement on swing to sell power, but this doesn't count as a dash for any mechanical reasons. After that we have her W. The passive move speed has been moved to her E. She now gains attack speed and attack range while dismounted. The MS reduction has been reduced from 280 flat to a 15% slow, and the MS cap while dismounted has been removed. Crashdown is also getting a bit of a nerf. The damage is going from 70 scaling to 210 plus 60% AP to 70 scaling to 190 plus 60% AP. The shield has also gone from 35 scaling to 135 plus 12% max health to 30 scaling to 130 plus 10% max health. The max slide distance has gone from 375 to 320. The AoE radius form has gone from 200 to 180. The jump range has gone down by 100 from 500 to 400, and the knock-up duration has gone from 1 second to 0.75 seconds. The MS boost was moved to her E, but her W still has a 30% rapidly decaying move speed over 1 second. Also, deals 250% damage to jungle camps.
How does E have move speed? I don't understand. What is that?
Riot said, this new E helps Rel start fights, feel fast, and charge down her enemies. It lets her be much more proactive and
What? $50 move speed. Whoa. There has to be some kind of per level action, right?
helps her position well to land devastating Ws. E into Q into crash down is very potent. The ally boost is also a great signal to help you get your lane buddy on the same page when you go in, and the increased speed towards each other can help you escape towards each other if things don't go well.
Okay.
Auto attack and Q empowerment
it's balanced. It's balanced.
Way to stack up your passive and
it's
provide
balanced.
some damage that feels valuable throughout the game.
It's
The
balanced.
R
Yes,
is
it's
completely
balanced.
the same beyond it applying a stack of Rel's passive now. So a lot of changes. Let me know what you think in the comments.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think this champion will be that useful. From everything that I just read, I don't think this is gonna be that useful. I think this is still gonna be fucking garbage. Not gonna lie. I still think it's gonna be useless. Rel can be jungler now, by the way, but who fucking cares, man? Why would I want to play this over Maokai or Gragas? Obviously, I might be wrong, right? But from what I just heard and read, like, why the fuck would I want to play this over, like, Maokai, Gragas, Sejuani? It's on a horse. Draft Bossman, alright.
Well, with Zeri.
Holy.
Leave also doesn't mind leaning on Ezreal every now.
Because I'm EDG. Hi.
Bated breath.
Hi.
For now, and
Hi. EDG. Hi.
I think the two champions I would highlight, of course, being up the Vi and the Annie, both available as NIP. They're hovering over the Aphelios just because, you know, it's Aphelios, and it's still a very powerful AD carry. Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but what makes Rel better than Elise for early dives?
To JJ Fofo on R1, R2.
These are the bans that I'm expecting Red Side to do perma, by the way. I said in the previous game, I thought these are locked Red Side bans, by the way.
Because I like that we've got the Jace ban, I like that we've got the Nico ban, but this is a team that'll play, you know, a lot of carries in the solo lanes. Jamada, we were talking about top laners today. This is a team I'd be scared if Arla gets his hands on things like Fiora, Camille. This is his meta. And with a strong setup in the jungle from Jejep, that could be something we have to talk about a little bit later. But for now, there you go. The jungler that even in 13.7, we were talking about non-stop. And the jungler at MSI that we know was going to be played a hell of a lot too.
Yeah, absolutely. Ari actually will be locked in. So happy to
Harry Potter
with the Annie if they so choose. Of course, Vi Ari, the combo that we saw in spring a lot.
Would you prefer to coach a team at the LPL or LCK?
Assassination,
I don't know, I love Korea, so
locks in place a target, and then the
being in Korea, I feel in my element, dude.
With the Aphelios already locked in, looking to find an enchanter with it. Inside Lulu, wouldn't be surprised to see this one locked in alongside something.
I wonder if Ale drinks ale.
Viego, even at least in
fucking comedian.
And go toe to toe with that.
Did you guys know I have a story with Ale?
Yeah, I mean, Shadow has been a pretty good carry player. I remember when
Me and Ale, we saw the Aurora Borealis together.
I mean, as you said already,
we went for a walk in Iceland.
I feel like Viego feels
we watched the Aurora Borealis together.
Maybe we get
very cute, no?
Takeaway, or rather, some of the supportive takeaways.
Pick me Yinks. Pick me Yinks.
I like that too because I mentioned 3 champions. There's probably quite a
Pick
few
me
more,
Yinks.
In the pit and ready for Shadow. Whereas Annie, so powerful that if it does get banned away, obviously it's just
maybe because of point click CC Rel will come new vibe. I don't know. I think always.
As well.
Always in my chat, whenever we look at things, people are not comparing it to other champions that are actually in the game.
To potential targeted bans as EDG go towards that Jinx.
It's like, why on earth would I want to play Rel when so much better champs exist?
They'll now look to remove away a couple of those AD skirmishing options, and we'll see whether or not EDG look to try and get an enchanter of their own, or whether or not NIP steal those away too.
I wonder if they're going to get rid of some of the engage options. When you look at Mako, you think Thresh, you think Nautilus.
I could be wrong, yeah.
Beautiful engage support.
I just from reading those changes, the changes that were in that video. I say that specifically because maybe they buffed the numbers or they changed things. In that video, they look really clapped.
Taken away Jamada, lost a little bit of priority, but for Shadow, maybe something that he's been doing a little bit dirty and so.
I think support.
Yeah, it could be something like that. Kindred took like a bit of a hit with the AD item changes. But I've been seeing a couple of different variations of Kindred come through.
Ooh, Blitzcrank gets through.
Into things like the Triforce, which of course
I really like Red Side Draft.
With the Dance of Arrows, but of course things like Storm Razor and IE Gale Force still very, very strong options for the champion, as toying with the idea of the Blitzcrank, right? NIP kind of split their bans, went one into the Nautilus, one into the Gwen, as I imagine they're looking for something tank orientated on the top side. That mean that if Mako wanted to go towards that Blitzcrank for a more pick orientated champion, he could have gone towards it, but the Rakan up and available again just to facilitate more engage between the Vi and the Ari, just make the trio so slippery.
On the other side, NIP, what are they thinking about? Well, the Poppy is an option. This has gone top. This has also gone jungle. Jamada.
I think Blitzcrank is better.
Great against Ari, against Vi, but are they just flirting? Are they actually going to come to the date?
I think it's pretty good, right? You've got Ari plus Vi dash.
Well, Rakan is OP, so.
I think the jungle matchup is one where you really get to stomp on the Vi, but no.
Jinko is Stipper.
By the end of it, I'm kind of sad because they hovered it. So it's like they acknowledged.
I think old red support might be better than this one.
So EDG now have freedom for the top side, and like you mentioned, Ala, so many sides.
I need to know how smooth it is to queue out of W.
Yeah, I mean, Fiora kind of monsters this game, I will say that. Nars not bad as a more neutral option than Jax. I feel like is unironically one of the more like...
Hey, D-Dan bot, be nice, man.
It's rougher to play out until you have your ions. You know, like, you don't really get to force the issue for a little while, but it's not like you're going to be contested on the side lane post 2 items anyway, so Ala goes towards it, tried and tested, of course.
Okay, so if we're talking about side lanes getting some items for Ala, is that the case elsewhere? Because it feels like for EDG, they're going to be playing a lot towards mid-jungle, a lot towards the strength of Vi, Ari.
Speak me, Yax!
We know that Leave on a hyper carry.
This game is so fucking lost, by the way. Red side is gonna completely annihilate.
A couple of front lines, a lot of shields, and the ability for a bit of a front to back to be played by NOP.
Bro, imagine if Chovy was an EDG, by the way. I think if Chovy was an EDG, I think EDG could win Worlds.
NIP are a little bit split apart, right?
EDG are legit held back by Fofo. Why is it called red side, blue side? Because one is blue and the other is red.
I think for NIP, it's actually more about...
If you look at the minimap and in the game,
pretty strong combination they have between Viego
Scout is good, dude. Scout is on LNG, mate.
Quite early on, whether it's to attack Fofo in the mid lane or just generally to try and get, you know, a little bit of information or pressure on a side lane towards the dragons. I think early stacking some dragons would be really nice for them if they can deny at least one.
Who the fuck is on EDG? Fucking Conor McGregor is.
You know, a tank and a bruiser, they'll feel quite alright going into later on team fights, even though there's so many snap engage options from EDG.
Well, let's see if they can make themselves known with a couple of those snap engage options, because for EDG, I would have a lot of faith.
Is Knight the best Chinese mid laner? Yeah.
A lot of people were saying, you know, could have made MSI, could have made top 2.
It's definitely not Angel.
A bit short, and it was a shame, but...
Bro, this is one of the weirdest partnerships ever, by the way. Like, NIP is in the LPL somehow, like... What?
We have 4 teams that go to Worlds. Let's assume...
It's so weird.
This year as winning MSI surely grants us that favor, especially with both teams in the finals as well, but... At the very least, EDG...
Psycho, Mako, Group PK...
They should
Mako. Support GOAT, Mako.
Sujo NIP had been waiting for them. Look at the virtual city. And let's see if NIP can actually nip EDG.
Nip team isn't even that bad though. No, it's like... I don't know much about Invincible. And I don't know much about Zoo.
I like how you
but
EDG, but honestly,
Angel,
words, Jake. I think if
Angel's been disappointing as fuck, man.
A lot of teams showed throughout spring.
Ever since he went, ever since my boy, yo, Kadro, ever since my boy Angel
playoffs, births, miracles, and even though EDG
played with Suning at the World Championship, it's just been downhill from there, man.
They'll be angry, I'm sure, thinking about that and knowing that BLG couldn't topple.
Fortic is legit, yeah, Fortic is legit, but it's like 80 carries. 80 carries, man. 80 carries are all fucking legit.
Off the top of my head, that hasn't had any changes at all, right? So many LPL rosters this summer, it felt like...
Start the stream, Pedro.
Or 2 players come out and in. EDG keeping all 5 members should, of course, benefit them in the sense of maintaining all of that.
Yo, Pedro, when you had that shirt, vote for Pedro. What the fuck are we voting for? Are you in a competition? Yo, Angel is just eating minion damage.
I was gonna say,
eating it, man.
Why would they change their roster when, you know, Leave was a big surprise coming up from the LDL? You know, Fofo coming to this roster as well.
Vote for El Rato.
So many pieces put together as
where are we voting? What am I voting for? Presidente.
Left EDG for the first time in 5-6 years, maybe almost 7. There were a lot of big changes for EDG, yet they found themselves close to hitting internationals. So, still a very big piece of momentum that we're looking for in summer. Not the NIP, new roster as well. I guess one member makes a new roster, and that's Angel.
Shut up.
You know, coming over, I mean,
shut up.
Like, he's had
you're ruining my stream. Shut up. Crypto Sun is telling me to shut up.
Have as much expectations. His chance to kind of be in the limelight.
Yeah, right. I mean, Angel was it 2020?
What the fuck is that, man?
On the Suning roster.
I have to put that in.
Since then, has definitely struggled to find himself on teams that make it across the finish.
Jesus.
You know, deep into playoffs consistently.
It's fucking British.
over the line for Worlds.
It's the British. It's looking British, mate.
Play like him, where NIP have a lot of players who have also shown, like Fotic, for example, on old V5 was phenomenal alongside, was it PP Gold? Off the top of my head, my depth of knowledge can sometimes be poor as the newbie on the block sometimes, but you know, Fotic, PP Gold last year, really solid. Now Joe.
Is there mandatory military service in China?
For me, so a player like can, you know, kind of do everything, right? He can play carries, he can play utility champions. And I think being able to fit the mold in a meta where we're going to consistently see evolving changes, where right now it feels
alright. Bro, how crazy would it be if China beats Korea in Asian Games? Because like, there's so much more stakes for the Korean teams.
Let's see again. First series of the split, first game of the split, guys. We're not talking about the early game because Jamato, you know, we also mentioned is
mate, what the fuck is that, man? We're not adding that, man.
Wrong because Invincible gets a good trade. Here comes Shadow. It'll be Flash, but Arla out in the nick.
Easy peasy.
Strike, thanks to the ward, and no summoners will be burnt as Shadow.
Easy peasy.
This top side.
Yep, no summoner spell burnt. Shadow unfortunately does give himself away, but it's coming off the back of a reset anyway from a full clear, so no harm, no foul. And Arla will just take his reset and a teleport back out towards the top side, and Invincible, no doubt.
Feels bad for Canyon. How often is Asian Games? Is it yearly? Guys, is it yearly? Because I feel bad for Canyon, man. I feel bad for Canyon. It's like Kanavi is getting in there, right? 4 years. Shit, dude. I feel bad for Canyon. Canyon has been the best jungler in the world for the last, like, 3 years of gaming, and he has a split where it doesn't go so well.
Ari, of course, at 6. Come alive. This feels like a game where we're just going to be chilling in bed for
So is the next one in 3?
Because once we hit the 6, once we hit maybe first Dragon, first Herald, right, there should be fighting in this game.
Absolutely. Get your snacks, though. Until then.
Oh, yeah?
Nice cup of tea.
I would.
Maybe some biscuits.
I could. I've cooked a whole leg of lamb.
Nice, thank you. Thank you for the money. Thank you for the money, guys.
Leg of lamb. I cooked it, and I was like, oh my god, the break.
Jesus, what just happened? Someone farted in the microphone? Did you guys hear that on stream? What on earth was that?
With rosemary, olive oil, with salt and pepper, guys.
There's no annual, but Ari is low. Look at him marking. Look at that. Tibbet's control.
I have to sit here. I literally have to sit here, guys.
There's no dive on top as well. Good play. Good play from NIP. I like it. Secure a little Drake. Annie with the Annie trade on mid with Tiberski.
I wish my partner was watching so she could feed me. But you can't get away with it. You know, in CSGO, you can kind of get away.
Can you stream the Asia Games? I will do it without asking. Rock and roller controller. Need to do crazy shit to get ahead.
You can't really get away with it. I feel like someone's always talking, you know?
I will do what the others don't have the guts to do.
2 kilograms.
Oh, very hungry.
And then I'll get banned, and then I'll use the publicity of getting banned, sponsoring like some farm animals.
Really occurred from it.
We'll like adopt a goat and call it.
I feel like for EDG, very happy to wait for those level 6.
Kubon.
Just starting to crest over now, right? GG just hit his, so Vault Breaker, not Vault Breaker, Cease and Desist up and available, and Herald up.
That's my 3-step business plan.
Looking for plays around the top side then, but they're actually looking now. Shadow could be caught unawares. They're going to take away the blue buff at the very least.
Okay, they're playing outside of the vision pocket. I don't think it's intentional though. Force is hovering. I think Shadow should know because Ari is hovering.
I'm not sure if you get to see that as a neutral or as a one-side.
You know, the thing is, Vi is one of the most bugged champions in the game. Like when she's punching air. Yo, Gravy! How are you doing? Good to see you. Yo, it's like when Vi is punching air, you just see her in Fog of War. I don't know, this has been a bug in the game for like so long. I don't know why that's the case. Yeah? Shema, Gravy, Shema. Showed up to work an hour early and the boss says I can go home. God bless, man. Your due diligence paid off. You came in early and then boom, you get rewarded. When's Gravy coaching? After we played some Diablo. We're doing it later.
I think it's the bottom lane and the supports which are going to make a big difference. And Mako already having level 6 at 8 minutes into the game means that him being here a lot more impactful.
Full control over the mid jungle. Mako on 6 as well. Lulu's level 5. This is very winning for EDG, I think. As long as they don't go on like they need to one shot. Oh, that's not good. Jax is also late. This is all good. This is all good. Reset on the Herald. Jax crashed top as well. Oh, grab it! What is happening to the Herald? What was that?
Did they change the Herald under the hood? Did you see the one yesterday?
What is that?
Yeah, I did.
Why didn't the Herald reset?
I thought it meant the hard reset now. That's not hard.
What was that?
I wonder if they... It really does feel like they've mucked with the patience bar and how it interacts, because that felt like it got dragged out.
You know what would be gangster, man? If some players agree to play in the LCS and then they just completely like hijack the game. They like lock in Nunu, Ghost Cleanse, and they just run it down. They stand up, they yell, woo! Free LCS.
I know that
they like agree.
Patience has been changed, but it's just gangster, right?
Yeah, on this kid.
All day, ladies and gentlemen. We don't need to sit here. When Yumi's in game, that's when we'll sit here all day.
Forget, you know what? Forget jungle patience.
I ain't no scab. Yo, Niski. Niski.
I'm not gonna stop complaining about that.
What do you say, Niski? I challenge you. 100 gifted subs. Best of 5 chess. You can set the date because you're the one busy with LEC.
I know. You know what? I'm just happy that.
Dynamic Damage, thank you very much for the tier 1, for the 4 months as well. Thank you very much.
3 bans like we did in like what, season 3 or season 2, before they expanded it to 5 bans each. Imagine.
How good are you, Niski? We played against each other.
We're going to talk about.
We played against each other. You forgot.
Shadow's coming into the bot lane. Here comes that support back in as Leave going to be tagged up. There's a Gravitum in range.
I'm currently 900.
Shadow now spots out the bottom lane of EDG.
Currently 900 on chess.com.
With JJ roaming around. Fofo's coming in as well, so Shadow playing a little bit ambitious here, depending on that Vault Breaker, and it does hit the Heartbreaker out to Polymorph with Gravitum as a follow-up side effect. EDG have numbers advantage down here.
But of course, if you agree, I'm going to level up.
At the very least, it might give them.
But keep in mind, this is open offer, Niski. We can do this at the end of the year, after the World Championship. You get to semis, you get to finals. We can do it after then, because now you don't have that much free time.
Looking for the extended trade.
Oh, ulti's blocked away. Arla gonna get decimating smash after the fact, but no knockup. Meanwhile, Angel's caught out, has to flash over the wall, and oh, the failed flash. Jam missing the wall as a 2-man incinerator. Beautiful. NIP might have follow-up here, but the Orb Deception does great work onto Angel. Meanwhile, a solo kill.
We take it.
11-minute first blood with Arla showing up big here.
Arla just smacking Invincible around.
In the previous trade, but it seems like Invincible just overreached his bounds, and Arla punishes it with a follow-up flash. On the bottom side there, we also saw a lot of Summoner spells and ultimates being blown in the end of it.
Okay, when you have more free time, Niski. Now you're busy. Now you gotta be working out. Thoughts on PTA Vi? I think it's fine. I think it's fine. But I think it's like. I think Vi is one of those champions where it doesn't matter too much. It's like unless you go like Halo Blades and you go Lethality, I think that's also like legit.
Actually, the Q doesn't actually get fully channeled, right? I think Invincible is maybe concerned or scared that Arla will walk behind the Q before the.
I think that's a good shout, Yuri Marshall, 13 and Mimo.
What does he do? Does he just step up?
Does he get biscuited? Does he get biscuited?
Yeah, I mean it's not even.
He gets biscuited. Ale ate a biscuit. He got baited by a biscuit. He got baited by a cookie.
Which could have been the difference between Invincible thinking he had no mana.
He got baited by a biscuit.
Being useless champion and being able to do what he just did. So great use of vision there.
And all I can say from that is that Arla, not only with the kill, steps up into a bit of a lead, but with the Divine Sunder against his Scion, Jamada yet again, I think.
Shout out to Tula Biscuit, man. Tula Biscuit was one of my favorite YouTubers, man.
NIP have Double Dragon. What is the value here?
This is one of the homies that. Oh, way too soon, man.
of NIP before they even have time to group.
Total Biscuit was such a, he's so good, so damn good.
Arla is likely to go towards that.
I'm happy that League has a way of honoring him, you know, because they're called Total Biscuit of Rejuvenation. The biscuits, you know.
Being shadow out of his own jungle. He's 1v3, so
11. Oh my god. I mean, Counter-Strike is there. He should die here, ladies and gentlemen. He should. He should, but he leap strikes. Invincible ulti there, by the way. I don't know where it went, but unfortunately, he's not going to find too much as the rest of EDG come in. They've just broken down mid-turret. Arla's still alive. Shadow almost died.
Where I would have loved to see like his Total Biscuit's reaction to like Diablo Immortal.
NIP might have a top laner named Invincible.
You know,
I know which top laner
the current landscape of gaming.
Apparently it's Arla in the middle of all three. And he even manages to...
I remember like a big part of his videos, it was that he pretty much predicted that this is the way we're going, you know.
From our Jax in this one. And I think for now, EDG happy to just wait this one out. Herald spawns in 45 seconds.
Who's better on Vi, JJ or Visik? Well, Visik compares to none, let's be honest.
NIP again, now put in another hole. He was asking me what can they do. I think trying to just get ahead of EDG somewhere.
Shadow is getting full pressured in this jungle. The Ahri and the Rakan are always hovering river, and we didn't see a lot of camera work on both, but the fact that Jinx is like, even with these Aphelios, even though Rakan has been on our screen,
slightly more
it's like,
he's got Luke,
yeah,
he's got Annie, and he's got a lot of protection around him, so he can take over this.
It's taking it easy.
By the amount of target selection that EDG have.
I don't think they kill Shadow here. They can't. Ahri is punching a ward. It's obvious that the NIP don't know how to break this. It's like they need to just cross through mid and actually pressure the Jinx, because this Jinx is really taking it easy. Like, this Jinx is completely vibing. She's not pressured at all. Interesting Jinx build here. Like, he rushed Kraken. Usually we just see the Storm Razor tech.
2022, LPL wasn't even in it, yeah. It was the DRX run. Oh, good. Yeah, we got there in the end. My years are a little bit hard, but
what was 2020, Hysterics?
Was Damwon versus Suning, and that was Bin in the finals with the only pentakill ever in a world finals. Take that, memory. I can remember that much, but everything else down the drain.
It's a blur. Everything before 2020 just doesn't exist anymore. Because all of my years have meshed together.
It's before 2018. Before LPL.
This is 13-10, yeah.
I don't want to hear about it. too much LCK dominance.
Oh, man.
That was before we had the Shy. Well, no, I mean, the Shy came in 2017, but 2017 summer, I think, for WE.
I don't know what he's cooking. I feel like Kraken is a pretty useless item. Like, I think it's pretty shit.
That road led us to Giga.
But maybe there's something, I don't know, maybe there's something I don't know. I don't want to like.
We all know that you want to
I think it's bad, but I could be wrong. Like, let's see how things pan out. Let me pull up.
Now moving to the first dragon, that could be theirs. Otherwise, NIP will be on soul point. So 25 seconds to find that play out as EDG setting up for a potential dive on the bottom side. But it's just going to be Herald placed down while Invincible.
Let's see. Pull up the LoL analytics.
Definitely does.
I don't know. I feel like even Hurricane, like I feel like you have so many OP items on Yinx.
It doesn't look like they want to.
The genuinely, like, you just have better items to buy than Kraken. I think Hurricane is unbelievably OP.
And EDG, because they've given over those.
Like, Hurricane is unbelievably OP, Storm Razor is OP, Gale Force, IE, OP, LDR, you know?
For them stacked up. See if we do get that. For now, EDG, calm, cool, collected, only a kill in this game.
Hurricane is insanely OP on 13.10.
The problem for them, like I mentioned earlier, they need to try and maybe create a pocket of fog and actually try and lure EDG into it. To find a
I'm saying these items are
that they don't really have great engage tools, right? It's
yeah.
Pretty much Scion.
Yes, I'm saying Hurricane.
That's about it. And I think
I like feet. All right, new introduction. That's a great way to introduce yourself.
Generally paid a lot of respect to NIP.
Hurricane, you know Harry Kane, the football player. Harry Kane.
Right, having to back off because, as you said, the engage tools aren't that solid. And for EDG on top of that, Jamada, they have a lot of repositioning. They have a lot of disengage. There's a lot of, I guess, fanning out for EDG that they can play these fights through. So
I think when NIP, like, they need to be willing to pull the trigger a little bit harder on mid. I think when Ahri and Jax are showing, like, they need to be willing to like dive mid and make some discrepancies happen because they're just slowly losing the game.
It's a 4K gold lead. And Baron's coming up soon. We've got another Dragon in about 3 minutes 30. It might be slow, but right now the Methodical is feeling in favor of EDG massively with players like Lee, players like Fofo really scaling up. More importantly, Arla in the side lane.
Alright, Anjil, did you guys play Crisis Core? It's a pretty good game, I think.
Yep, just wants to get to his next items.
No, Toby Maguire.
And I think this is just going to be a slow suffocation, right? EDG, very hyped to play out the map state. You said with all of those hours gone, they can catch whatever wave they want on the map super high, wait for a response from an IP, and then go and place their vision, right? And there's no real danger or threat of realistically ever getting caught out by anything too dangerous. As long as
I need to find the time for the Arco coaching.
Where those numbers are of this priority, and you can see.
Did you play Days Gone? No.
Cloud Rift as well, right? The Rift is going to help them rotate even faster.
All right. Leave is out of position here in case there's a fight, but they're just gonna peace out. A little Charmy. EDG is very disciplined, man. Very disciplined.
Just chill out. Hey, do you reckon leave red patch changes, or do you reckon he just went Kraken first because he wants to destroy Invincible? Of course, that's sarcasm, because on that note, look at the itemization, Jamada. Leave went Kraken first. Black Cleaver from Jejet. Divine Sundra from Arla. They are literally saying that
Arc will conquer LPL, probably. I think that's a good shout.
This guy is going to die.
That's probably gonna happen.
Immediately, quicker than people think.
Yeah, very, very fast.
Did you pre-order D4? Yes, I did.
Some may be thinking, did these guys
fight the power, guys.
Do they know? Have things really changed for EDG? Are we just still in 13-8? You know, everything is just the same. I mean, to be fair, I think everyone is itemizing pretty well to just deal the front line. I think you're right, Jake, to be honest with you, because as soon as Invincible is out of the equation, right, NIPR...
Oh, look at Gala, man. He's looking fresh in that new LNG jersey, man. What a fall from grace. RNG.
If they can kill the front line pretty quickly, then yeah, I think they'll be very, very content.
Question is, guys, how am I supposed to piece together my sleep schedule?
Right now, that was
How am I supposed to piece together my sleep schedule? Because Diablo 2 launches at 1 AM.
On your right, in they go for a penny for a pound with quickness in the middle as well. Look at Lee free hitting in the back line. That Zion still tanking up, but Arla's just run on in. He's the true Invincible in Jamada. Once everyone starts hitting them, look at his health bar. Disintegrate. EDG have built to take down the Terminator.
Do you have any plans for the next episode of Voice of Vimaru? Not yet.
They are dead in the lava. Thumbs up, maybe, from Invincible as he goes down, who knows. But EDG, happy to pick up their 2 kills and get the Baron. And again, I think it's just going to be a textbook suffocation. It's not fun to watch, but I'll tell you, it's really good League of Legends. And NIP,
yeah, I'm not so sure. Like, Jinx Kraken is pretty good there on Sion. Well, I guess it's fine. Don't think it's, like, terrible. I think it's okay.
It feels so rough, and this angle is so good. Double engage knockup from Mako and from JJ. Impossible to walk away from. And once Arla
it's like,
the back line, it's all over. No DPS from Photic. Means that Invincible has no reason to ever be taking
it's like
kind of damage front line.
Like Kraken made a difference here or whatever, you know?
From EDG to effectively make that guy not a tank.
I mean, there's a Blade of the Ruined King. There's a Blade of the Ruined King. We've now got an Infinity Edge on top of Lane.
Nah, this is like, did Invincible say something in like the lobby? He must have just said
talking
something
smack.
like really, yeah, he's just talking some smack, and EDG just like,
yeah, but Storm Raider also does magic damage, guys.
We don't care about anything else.
What else are we gonna get? Some Wits Ends next, maybe. Just some more on here, maybe. I was gonna say, if we didn't have a Divine Sundra, we could get some Gwinsus there, but
I think it's fine, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
I'm gonna be hit Invincible. Take a bit of damage.
I think Kraken is just, like, pretty weak. Boom! And that's why you don't buy Kraken, guys. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm joking. Holy Photic!
Flashing away, gets an Orb of Deception, survives for now. But wait, there's more. Arla's coming in. This man is a 2-item Jax, and Invincible is going to rue the day he stands near him. Level 15.
Bro, every time I see this sign on my screen, I think of the fucking World of Warcraft mount.
Still strong, but that was the best fight NIP could have hoped for in the situation of this game.
Yeah, it really was, right? I think being able to catch off EDG like that a little bit.
Yeah, Kraken if you're free hitting is more DPS, but...
I didn't expect the teleport angle either from Angel. Means that they do lose a lot of Baron time here.
Like, it's okay, we don't need to spend more time talking about it. Like, it's fine. Like, the idea of the item Kraken, right, is that if you're hitting a target multiple times that you stack on it, so it's okay. It just is. It's not that well liked because it's very gated by conditions, right? But if you can achieve those conditions all the time, it's okay, right?
Just greed for the cannon. And he doesn't even get it, bless him. Gets collapsed on, and then yeah, it's a bit of a bounce house in this corridor here that EDG have to retreat as quickly as they can away. Honestly, very fortunate to only lose 2 members.
How come that Stormraiser went from dog shit tier to first item in almost every EDC build path? He got buffed.
Of life, right? Certainly still looking for angles when and where they can.
Well, the gold lead, yeah, still big for EDG's sake, but at least we know NIP, with those set signs alive, can do quite a lot. There's a rabbit on Zeth cap, excuse me, for EDG.
Dzień dobry, dzień dobry.
I did say Baron because Baron has been picked up by EDG, so despite the compliments for NIP...
Yeah, Kraken damage is really like such a conditional item.
Trying to collapse here onto Arla, but he's level 16.
It's not that comfortable.
Pick off, guess who's dead? It's Votic. And the pick potential continues here by Edward Gaming as it goes back to being methodical this game.
Yep, I mean, what can you do, right? Now on Votic.
That was the intention for Ray of the Wall, but it's like sometimes Riot's intention doesn't work, right? It's like they wanted to Yumi out of pro play, and now she's Zeri Yumi's permaban.
Kind of walking this one home.
They've tried to nerf Zeri every year, every patch, and it doesn't work.
Admittedly, has to be said, Votic and Joe had.
There's intention, and then there's the question of what it is, right?
Behind the tier 1 even, but with no tier 2, they just shouldn't really be up there as EDG were just looking for the top tower, catch them in rotation.
Well, with that pick off, again, EDG are able to get more resources in the form of that inner turret on the top side. That now goes down. I'm going to keep looking at Arla's build because he is heading towards, you know, the hull breaker again. We've got to stop watching inventory. Look at Invincible.
Thing is, Yumi is kind of shit, but Zeri is quite strong right now, and the support items are OP.
What is like the European version of
It's like Echoes of Helia, all the support items are just insanely OP.
They're like 650 bucks each.
What the?
Real sexy.
Okay.
No talk show scheduled, no, I haven't thought about it too much, I've been a little bit too busy, I feel.
I don't know, not cowboy boots.
I'm currently like settling my new apartment, and I think when I move in there, like we can start doing the voices of Yamato again.
I'm gonna be in the
Why did they buff Moonstone on 1311? Because it's just not that great. But the issue is, I think it's less a Moonstone issue, more an issue of the other items being OP.
He jumps, but Arla jumps away. Heartbreaker using it down. He goes.
Okay.
Choke NIP.
EDG just lost their mind, you know.
Shadow continues trying to follow up. He wants another reset, but Fofo's out with the Spirit Rush.
Angel with the stopwatch somehow got away with murder.
Making the game a little bit more tricky for themselves.
All right, not bad. I mean, NIP, you know, we've said that engaging can be quite difficult, but what they do very well is stand their ground. EDG looking for that pick onto Angel. Just didn't press tab.
It's a very strange Jinx build. Very strange.
NIP were waiting around the corner.
Like, why on earth wouldn't you go Hurricane at this point?
You know,
or
the pick makes sense, right? Look at where Arla is. He has an angle for it, but they
or LDR if that's your take.
Decide to commit. And in this kind of situation, you've got Infernum on Photic as well. If they decided to funnel into the choke, thankfully for EDG, they didn't.
Shouldn't Draken have rushed Ardent? No. Should have led the way.
Saves NIP's ability to actually pick off Arla on the backside of that as well, so very well played, Stuart.
Now Philios is monster strong.
So turned into burgers. Love the phrasing. EDG have given over a bit of gold now to this team, and look,
it's like buying Rapid Fire and Hurricane. I mean, Rapid Fire and Kraken. It's like you're so confused. But he's not buying Hurricane. This is not the recipe for Hurricane. Hurricane recipe is with the bow. Oh, Charm on Angel, very important. Mako follows up. Big from Fofo. Fofo played well. Really good. Big. Okay, they get the Jax. Oh, I didn't get the Jax, it was the Vi. I thought the Jax died. I was like, oh, now Shadow can pop off here. Okay, Mako, Psycho, Mako, Groupie, Crazy.
Invincible trying to punch him away, but Shadow gets out because Arla is stopping him in his tracks. EDG might win the fight, but It is way too close to call it.
I haven't talked too much about the LCS stuff, no.
Might be able to send Ala towards this top side of the map and get a little bit of something. 100% Leave will get this Dragon too, so I guess it's a win at the end of the day. But considering where EDG were in the game, NIP holding on and holding on really, really well. Shadow with a little bit of heroics as well, because that fight was starting to look so wayward for them. As I've got to say, Fofo, Magnus Charm, really, really solid. Sets up for the initial engage, right? Even though Invincible is there to frontline, gets knocked out of the way. It actually might have saved Angel to keep him a little bit alive longer, but that ultimate towards the back lane.
Relief is kind of...
Arlo was able to get access to Photic so easily, meant that this fight looked really one-sided, but once Shadow starts to get involved in the mix, it looks like a different team fight.
That emphasis on
this is the Shadow from LSE.
As a buy. He Q flashed Shamada to secure the kill, otherwise he doesn't get that.
Where's the fridge? All I can say is, this dick ain't free.
Shadow, who has come back in. Remember, he finished NIP Split. He played the rest of the game.
That's a dank build for Jinx. Dank build. Guys, it's a Kendrick Lamar quote. Okay, Shadow. Oh! It dropped to 6 HP, by the way. It went 4, 5, 6 to 6 off of Jinx auto. Yamato dot. What are we saying?
NIP get too lost in.
Yeah, what is that static? Jesus. Yeah, we're not listening to that, dude. All right, let's take a look back at that fight. What are we saying? I've talked to Riot for 7 hours. Let's take a look at this again. I thought this was free, by the way. The position is not too bad. The position is not too bad. How did Vi steal this? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa. Take a look at this again. Nah, blood. Nah, mate. It went down to 6 HP, blood. Wow. You don't smite, Shadow? Because the issue is, right? It's like, as silly as this is, it's like Jinx gets excited. Jinx gets excited. How broken is that, man? It's also really good here. Vi, she's so tanky, doesn't get one shot and just holds R for Photic. And then they just all break his ankles. Really good. But this is where the comp diff kind of comes in, right? He also didn't stopwatch. Like, Photic didn't stopwatch the Vi ult. Like, why doesn't he stopwatch that? He doesn't stopwatch? Wow. Terrible stopwatch.
Actually fail in the macro when that was...
How about a Lordle?
So, yeah.
Yeah. It's...
Guys, are we predicting 2-0? Should I pop my pre-workout already?
Game because a lot of this was actually down to, in my mind,
it was English.
And I think macro. I think he had everything they wanted in this game, and it was basically just a 13-7 draft. And they didn't. I don't know. It's
playing
a
bonus
game to break down, Jake, because it was so slow for so long. I want to try and look at this from the NIP perspective and kind of just say, I think if you move Shadow off of the Viego and give him a slightly more aggressive champion, right? Because they weren't able to utilize the 2v2 in the mid jungle, then I think this game can look different. But in the same breath, Shadow was probably the one that could have brought that game
What am I
back
doing?
by the end of it because he was
Not
so
female,
powerful, so
mana
sharp.
ranged.
It's a bit of a tough call in my mind to make, but I will certainly say that EDG still looked like the powerhouse.
Male ranged.
Spring, right? So happy and very easily dismantling the NIP early,
Graves.
to a point where I think it was 4K, 5K gold lead by around.
I'm only human after all. You're only human after all. Don't put the blame on me.
Walk up the same players. I mean,
Don't put the blame on me.
right? Having that Jax in your pocket always was going to be a win condition for EDG, so it is nice.
Oh,
that it
Varus
came
is the
through in the
bottom?
end. I think for NIP, you know,
Draven, not Draven.
It's working together, it's meshing together, and especially some of those team fights where Shadow has moments, but where's the rest of the team? We can talk about that in a second. Jamada, we are going to go to a break.
This is where Draven shines. Draven out. Wait, it didn't work? What? Everybody dies. Some just need a little help. Time to reap. Phil? Time to reap! Really? Kane. Ha ha ha ha. Time to reap. Time to reap. That's kind of unfair though, because it's a Darken Kane ability. That looks like Thresh Hook. Huh? Nah, blood. I read the chat one time to get some help, and you guys are not helpful. Kali passive? It's a Kali passive, no? Fart? Singed. Fart knife. Z. Leona? What? Wind. Wall. Yasuo. Ha ha ha ha. Ha ha ha ha. Zach. Ha ha ha ha ha. Ha ha ha ha ha. Battlecast Zach. Ha ha ha ha. Call me king, call me demon. Water forgets the names of the drowned. Call me king, call me demon. Oh yeah, actually I had a 1,000 sub goal I need to do. The 1,000 sub goal, I need to do that. Where I voice act every single league champ. That was my 1K sub goal. I need to do that. I already reached it. Gravy already helped us reach it. I think the next goal will be 2K. 2K, and we will do a subathon, I think. What bronze, by the way? You guys are saying bronze? This is like plat. Mate. Can't believe it. Can't fucking believe it. I can't believe it.
Führt von links auf Buff. Nee, doch nicht.
Damn.
Also Lukas,
Damn. Diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Spike down, C.
Ben City bakıyorum. Orospu çocuğunun vaktine bak. City olabilir, City olabilir. İkisi de
Doesn't turn on the blinds.
İkisi de C'den.
Oh.
Helal lan.
Okay. Diamond. Bruv. Oh shit! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god! Let's rewatch that! Holy moly! But how lucky was his last shot, by the way? What is that last shot? What is that? Okay. Fuck. Bro, the last part threw me off. I'm not gonna lie. He had the radiant gun buddy, bro. I'm not a fucking detective, mate. Fucking radiant gun buddy. I should know his location from his IP address too, man. I see some Apex action. Apex Legends. I hate this map. Trust in the All Father. Trust in the All Father. Holy. Okay. This is like gold. See. Wait, he has it's Polish. Yo, Polish is kind of clean.
Ładuję tarczę.
Ładuję tarczę.
Przeładowuję.
Przeładowuję.
Rozwaliłem osłonę nieprzyjaciela.
Rozwazili ochronę nieśmiertelna. Okay, this was... Let's give him platinum. Platinum! Bro, this is a Mozambique?
He's cracked. One guy's cracked.
Bro, since when did Mozambique turn into a fucking... what's it called? Wingman. What on earth, mate?
I'm right behind you.
Mozambique here!
He's cracked. One guy's cracked.
You guys are sure bets or zero sure bets?
They're all one. They're all one, bro. I'm dropping two actually. Nice, good shit.
That's... Master. What? Okay. I don't have an eye for this, guys. It's not my thing.
Right? It really kind of...
My man played with two shotguns. Guys, let me mix a pre-workout. EDG is gonna 2-0 this shit, man. I'm gonna go to the gym and pump some fucking weights after this.
Unfortunately, I don't know, go at the balance team and ask them to nerf AD carry. Because we're in the meta that we're in, unfortunately, it does mean that, you know, sometimes we will have a lot of mid laners who we know have the mechanics and have the carry potential kind of be relegated to, you know, Annie duty, to maybe, you know, Lissandra duty every now and again. And that could be the case if Angel. I do agree with you, though. I would like to see him on something a little more carry-orientated. Yes, Annie is a very powerful pick in this meta, and yes, it can be, you know, an air quotes carry. But again, if NIP can't supplement the pick, you know, around it, right? Have other things that go in first so that Angel can go in on top of it and find a massive ultimate. It does start to feel a little bit rough. But we're in to pick some bans for game number 2 in EDG. Actually removing the Midio on blue side, so not willing to first pick that one themselves, and they certainly don't want to give it over.
K'Sante might be left open here. EDG banned it away before, so biggest question is K'Sante, Nico, what's going to be left open here on this blue side? Maybe force NIP into a bit of a corner. And how much priority did EDG put on either of those? Remember as well, Jace was actually banned on the blue side last game, Jamada. This time around, it's the Lucian that fills that spot instead. So a very different direction from EDG. Either way, we're going to have K'Sante open. We're going to have, or Nico, excuse me. NIP only have one more space to fill.
Yeah, what will NIP do? It's kind of a pick your poison situation, isn't it? I guess you're on red side, so you feel a little bit alright about it because you can trade one power pick for 2 immediately. So they remove away the Vi. That leaves the Nico up. That leaves the Annie up.
Yeah.
Leaves just about everything up. So what did they want to do? They want the Nico. All right. So we're going to have some shenanigans. I'm not sure. Anyone who didn't catch yesterday's games, we had Forge on Ultra Prime playing the Nico, and it was a bit of a treat. So I hope we get some similar shenanigans coming out today. Of course, it is also a flex pick, so we don't know whether it's going in the mid lane. I think the priority typically has been in pro play so far from the mid lane. NIP on the opposite side, however, we'll just be looking for something very close to standard and what we're used to inside of the Wukong and the affiliates.
It's so hard as well, you know, paying attention to Nico, sorry, not Lilia's mother.
Oh, damn, it's just banning Lucian and Lilia on blue side.
She can assimilate into a minion wave. She can move into a ward. Like, if you're not paying attention, the punishment is there. So, for EDG, as they look to snap up another priority ban, they've got themselves a lot of tools already up against this Wukong and Aphelios. Jamada, this feels like murder. What else is a big I mean, the Jinx, again, you said it's a favorable matchup. Is that what you go here? Like,
yeah.
EDG kind of has a pick of
in coaches.
Yeah, they can do a lot.
Tell me what you think.
If they're also thinking about their jungle pick.
I'll answer your question if you tell me what you think first.
The go-to, right? Unless they're thinking about something else in mind. But it just feels like such a no-brainer that if they didn't go it, I would be surprised. And there's the lock-in and the confirmation. Yeah,
this could be K'Sante mid, by the way, with Nico jungle.
Murder, I think. NIP NIP need to shore up this draft ASAP because there's a lot of power picks on the other side. Jack's blind would be, well, I say blind, but in the context of Nico's air quotes a flex, right? You know, you could still get counterpicked here by EDG, but I think very confident.
Nico's pretty strong,
the
yeah.
ability of an Invincible to go Jackson to Cassante seems to be the case, and that's what NIP will do.
And you know,
but I don't know if it's OP.
Like, on your point to come back, even though we haven't seen it just yet in the LPL, we know it can be a flex because Mako is the one who's played things like Lissandra support. He is quite innovative in his own right that people forget. So that Nico, yeah, is going to be left in air quotes for the time being. So maybe there's some flexibility.
Nico mid or jungle should be played.
I don't think so. They think it's going to be that Nico towards mid lane and Lulu going to be sitting towards that bottom lane.
I don't believe in Nico's support.
A banner way to the support is giving Jinx a
holy shit, look at this Giga Brain.
With Enchanters, Jamada. What else gets taken off the table?
Yeah, you could also... We saw a Karma pick come out the other day as well. Could see that one also removed away.
I'm good, Casinira. Good to see you.
For Mako. But with the Lulu gone, it does kind of cover a lot of the enchanters. You could just get rid of Thresh, right? EDG did just draft something which was very, very spring split. So if you want to remove that safety net, you can. But you can also take it yourself, right? Remove away the Nautilus instead. Take away an engage option and then go for something a little more pick-orientated yourself. Or pick away the Thresh.
Babushka.
They go towards the Poppy, interestingly enough.
What you working out today? I'm doing chest.
What they're targeting for, if they just feel like Arla could
chest and triceps.
JJ could have it, and then it feels a little bit
and
bad.
a bit of shoulders.
Unsure off the top of my head, but EDG likely very happy to just ban away another mid lane.
You think 2-0? Let's see draft first.
Really obnoxious into the Nico is something like the Syndra, and of course Syndra plus Wukong can be a very, very powerful 2v2, and EDG have that read.
So Syndra is taken away. Good one there, Jamada. I also want to raise the issue of something like the Viego again here. Maybe coming through as well.
Akali is picking into Nico.
Actually from Angel. We wanted to see a bit more carry.
Should be fine at the Cassante too, honestly.
This is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, alright. You wanted the carry potential.
The base thing would be to pick Jace here, but
I'm not entirely sure how Akali...
It's not gonna happen. It's a good Papushka ban for sure, yo. JJ likes Papushka.
Match, but I imagine the early laning phase, the lane bully that Nico is, Fofo should have so much lane priority, and that could give EDG a lot of freedom.
Akali's fine into Nico.
Once level 6 rolls around, maybe there's kill threat, right? And after all, Perfect Execution is a very, very strong ultimate for finding those angles. As EDG,
I haven't been in the gym the last 3 days though, because I was streaming the Polish Cup, and on the weekend I don't have actual... they don't keep the gym open after 6.
With the opportunity to go towards plenty of engage options, and I think that's how EDG round out this composition. As right now, they are definitely lacking on their own ability to pull the trigger. I think someone like Rakan, very slippery, very hard to stop at the minute from the NIP side, right? It's only really the Cyclone that can do that. So I like this lock-in, and NIP looking like they'll take the other side of that coin with the Nautilus.
Okay, so expect
Galilito.
2v2. My biggest question is towards the mid lane. I'm just going to wait for Draw to lock this in. Then I've got a plethora of questions here in this game. Jamada, we've rounded out some of the engage. I think I need a bit more on how NIP win this game because we have very volatile solo lanes coming in.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't have access to a 24/7 gym. Like, it's more important that my gym is close to me, you know? I need to be in walking distance.
Very close to unstoppable on a side lane, right? We've seen already today how strong...
I do like handstand backflips all the way to the gym, and that's my warm-up. Is you enable for pro issues?
All of a sudden, not only do you have a whole bunch of armor, but you also have...
Is the Kali bad dispatch? It's not that great, but it's more about... like enemy showed Nico, so they're picking a Kali, that's it, you know?
Be an issue for that champion, so I think that's an avenue that NIP can look.
Any crazy plays last game? Not so much last game, no. Had like a small photon moment. Had some good fights from Fofo.
Will look to contest as well.
Really jump out of the gates here. Important stuff. On the other side, let's be real, for EDG, they had game 1 in the palm of their hands. They still won it in the end if you're just tuning in, but it was just chaotic. It was a big throw, and NIP got them down to that Baron, but they still managed to
fuck did you send me, bro?
And once again, we're in a position where, for EDG, team fights are key. Jamada, let's be real. If this team resets, it gets messy fast.
Heat 1? Nice, I'm happy for Dom.
As we get into game 2, or at least closer to, Nico returns to Summoner's Rift. And
nice.
all I can say,
I don't know shit about NBA, dude.
This will be fun. At least watching the mid lane, another interactive lane.
I'm the type of guy that watches The Last Dance like 6 times and still, you know, I'm not gonna be saying that I know the NBA now.
On NIP here in 2023 summer.
Absolutely, and given a very, very mechanical champion potentially.
You had the Heat jersey the other day, yeah. But that's a LeBron James jersey, dude. It's LeBron James. I'm gonna like LeBron.
It's going to be very, very difficult to navigate a lot of the early stages. I think this mid lane matchup in particular is going to be very, very rough. Looking for a little bit of information here. We'll see whether or not Mako will get a little spicy.
Psycho groupie, cocaine Mako.
I'm very curious about the bottom side matchup though, as a little bit of jumping here from Allah. Just because leave 1v1, I've said this a lot.
Who won
Jinx
draft?
Can get priority over the affiliates on the first couple of waves, but again, when you have support, a lot less pressure in comparison to what Joe can. So you might actually have a little bit of wiggle room down there on the bottom side and top side. Like you mentioned, very, very volatile. We've seen the matchup go both ways over the last 5 or 6 months. So
I don't know. It's like
and see how Invincible does.
playing Viego against this sucks ass. By the way,
JJ going to be spotted out in the starting.
it's really like not a good Viego game at all.
Getting a bit of information as well. So just a double whammy there as NIP start on Wolves themselves. We're not starting on priority buffs for the time being. Just changing up the clears that microscopic amount. It's just funny as well. I mean, for EDG,
this is the same Shadow, yes.
Draft, the fact that they got Jinx, Nico, and
I honestly like red side.
All on blue side.
I like red side more, but they are worse players, so.
Already Fofo just showing us some of the power of this laning champion. As
Nico can get some fat value here, though.
And Fofo gets priority.
Yeah, Fofo will have very consistent priority, right? Akali very high energy costs for the first.
Viego wants to get engaged on? What do you mean?
On the 5-point strike, so
I can tell you this, every champion in the game wants to get engaged on.
Nico is one of those champions where, of course, we're going to start to see it a lot more, right, this year with the recent visual update and such, but of old, it would get priority if it was AP into most matchups, like even the traditional matchups where you would expect a mage to get priority, Nico would just win it.
Every champion in the game wants to get engaged on.
So expect Angel to get bullied out, fall behind in CS, but as long as he makes it to level 6 at a reasonable time and is able to join with Shadow.
Elaborate? Well, what's the opposite? They need to be engaging. It's either you get engaged on or you're the one engaging, right? So what counts as enchanters, right? Poke champions, because then they are the ones that need to be the ones doing the engaging. You understand? Every champion in the game becomes better when the enemy needs to go into you.
Shadow not willing to take the 1v1, despite a lot of Wukong's feeling confident here with the passive. JJ moves back to River. Fofo running in as well. Look at Angel's health bar. There might be numbers advantage for now, but health should be favored.
You don't engage if you're poking though. No, you're not. But what's the counter to enchanters? Poke champions.
Tangle Barbs hits at max range.
Because they don't have any threat.
Blooming burst, so there's no follow-up for the simple CC3 shot. And NIP just back away.
Every champion is better when they walk into you.
Skull and they've been tracking Shadow.
If I'm playing Nautilus, right? And the enemy is running into me, I'm going to get way more value than me being forced to run into them.
And now Allah will also be able to very freely shove in this wave as he should have.
It is true for every champion in the game, except Ashe Arrow. If I'm playing Vel'Koz and the enemy is running into me, bro, it's way easy for me to hit my spells. Their movement pattern, they're burning resources to approach me, to go into my sphere of influence.
That was Ignite and goes popped by Leave and Mako in the bottom lane.
Do you understand what I mean?
Having a bit of success here, Jamana. You talked a lot about the power from this Nautilus in the lane. Already a very good sign starting this game too, that Foe can draw holding their own.
Yeah, exactly. Right. The priority might go the way of Leave and Mako just because of the range advantage that the Rockets can bring, but
Zoe, I hit every bubble for free if they're walking into me.
And purple, you can have a little bit of pressure because of the added CC and the wave clear, so nice.
Yeah, there's outliers with the assassins. They want to look for flanks and they want to break positions, but even in those cases, if I have to engage into the enemy to break them rather than them engaging onto us, it's like if they face check into Akali's space or Rengar's space, it's better for them than the other way around.
So annoying to trade in this lane as well.
What I'm trying to say is, whoever is in a position that needs to force first is in a theoretical disadvantage, right? But sometimes, even engaging and burning the resource to engage, you win still. because in those head-to-head combats, these champions that have big range are usually a lot weaker in all-ins, right? Like, if you look at top lane matchups, like range matchups against melee, range matchups poke and they keep you at a distance, and then of course the melee matchups want to all in because theoretically they are stronger, but sometimes their goal disadvantage and of course their HP disadvantage is enough to circumvent the idea of them all-inning, and that is the dynamic of it, right?
Should be able to shove out of the way pretty much whenever he wants, as he has been throughout the entire of the early laning phase so far. And Shadow, bless him, looking for things to take away on the top side, just isn't able to find anything because Angel continues to be shoved back. Nice little sidestep on the Shuriken flip.
Where's Angel going?
Looking for the plants, but they're so far up the lane that Arla's going to be able to stop.
Like the example started with the conversation about Viego, right? It's like, is Viego happy if the enemy engages into him? It's like, of course Viego is. It's way better than being forced to W and then flash and then engage, right? Because you are keeping your W and you're keeping your flash, right? But sometimes getting W flash on the right target can be game winning.
It does seem like EDG.
It's just that when you're engaging, you're paying a price to engage. And if the enemy engages onto you, you're not paying a price to engage.
NIP given a little bit of, I don't know, luck, really, I suppose. That Dragon Second doesn't come into fruition, but the laning phase, you can still see rough across the board. This plate should go down.
Basically,
he knows he can.
So Darius is a great example. Darius is unironically a very good poke champion.
I will caveat this by saying we
Why?
See, yesterday,
because if you have teammates that have poke damage, the enemy need to break into you, and then they're playing into your sphere of influence, and you can get a lot of value as Darius.
That is still something that Angel can provide here.
Darius is very strong in games where his teammates have very long range.
JJ having a
You understand?
Of it as well. That'll even open things up to start this dragon. While you can see Fofo's helping that out. He's got mid priority, and bot's already pushed out. Photic and Draw just holding the way for the time being, but we'll jungle down there. Let's see if it's a possibility. In the meanwhile, it's a slower game, and Jamada, I think we're just seeing another trend again. EDG like to play their game slow. They pressure, they look for a pick, they get the enemy team to back down, but they don't have to overforce. They're quite controlled again through these early games, but they're not as bloody as our other LPL teams. They are a lot more of a slower team from what we experienced last year as well.
Yeah.
Last split.
Last split, yeah, 100%. Looking a lot more disciplined, right? And I think that's honestly a fine look also for EDG.
Yeah, I'll show you an example, okay?
Slow, as they open out the split. Once they start to get to some of the other opponents that
Season 5.
expect to be around them, right? Your JDGs, your BLGs, LNG as well.
World Championship.
To return a strong contender.
Speaking band.
Jump in.
AHQ. Not this game. AHQ. AHQ.
He's healing up.
Not this game.
I guess we'll keep it on top.
Yeah, we will. As this is going on, Herald will be picked up, and JJ's on the bottom side of the map, so this is not going to be contested at all by EDG. Will Arla find a window? But no cigar.
Was walked up here as well, yeah.
Not finding the game that I'm talking about.
As we've been waiting for years for Graves to pick up smoking again.
Terrible habit.
Of course, we don't recommend.
No. But Graves enjoys it as
foolish.
the gangster hustler that he is.
Oh. And Arla going to be spotted out. Just waiting for him to pop the all out, but I guess not near a wall.
So tense, isn't it? Like,
it is.
I can't find the game.
Sante's ridiculous.
Well, that's all that was going on.
This is happening.
Yeah, 2 players.
Point was, there was this game where Darius is played, and the enemy team just needs to engage into the enemy, you know?
That's a shame. But NIP picked up the Herald, so still feels good, and all of the, all of the posturing from...
I'm in the popular pages.
I mean, they're actually still sticking around in lane. One of them was basing. As CC is
Early.
so long.
Look at that. See.
By the way, they really want the second plate. Leave.
They'll get it. Minions? Yeah. Nice. Okay. Photic just building.
Shibo.
Leave and Mako respect that, especially with Shadow down the bottom side. He's walked past the ward. Hasn't actually spotted that one out, only to the left here as a brush as JJ's coming to intercept. He's got a big CS lead, so a CS leader leads to a level leaders. Hang on, all out gonna come through. Invincible has to flash away.
I don't remember which game I'm remembering.
Meanwhile, first blood happens in the bottom lane. We're looking at Arla, cameraman's like, nah, we're committing to top. I don't care anymore. Let's not look at bot.
We don't need to know. All we need to know is that it's
yeah, it's not this.
All right, we'll get a replay.
It's not this.
No doubt about it. But that 1v1 was more enthralling, Jake.
Actually, it is this. Yeah. It is this.
Would it be
yeah, it's this.
That's the top lane.
Yeah. Oh.
This is the draft.
So JJ getting over the decoy there, and as soon as that stun connects, that's it. And you get CC'd up by Mako as well. Really nice from JJ, and unfortunately Shadow can't quite react in time.
I remember that.
Jungle's massive.
I remember that they were on blue side.
It's huge.
Do you get that reference? Jungle is massive.
Jungle is massive.
Yeah.
Should I?
It's a UK. No, it's fine. It's a very UK.
Went for the Kraken again.
It's British.
It's just his build. He just likes Kraken.
Okay. Yeah, sick.
Czyli jak mam zaczynkować w postaci w teamie, to mogę pikować Dariusa Witopy na ludzi kolega? Nie rozumiem, koledzy. To było za komplikowane, co ty mówiłeś.
And you know, people that say the word prawn instead of shrimp. God, anyone says
the thing is,
Barbie, actually remove yourself.
Riot wants it to be rock, paper, scissors, but game balance is a thing, right? And then champions like Milio is a thing. And then AD carry matchup is a thing. So it's not as simple as rock, paper, scissors. But usually, it's like if the enemy has poke champions, you want to have champions that are able to force on them, right?
And again, that gold lead kind of showing itself.
And it isn't, you can't say as simple as it's black and white. Like, I mean, rock, paper, scissors. Because it's like rock, paper, scissor, mushroom, sword. Like, there's too many different things, you know? Because game balance is a thing, right? It's like Milio is very stupid as a game design, I think. Oh, pick him up, pick him up, pick him up! Ooh, so close. Bro, if he was in range, bro, he was rooted just out of range.
Got out with his mission, but a 1-for-1 with junglers both perishing in the end.
Yeah, it's because Fofo's Q was...
How much control does a coach have over a player item choices? Well, in-game, no, nothing. I can't, like, walk over to his PC and shop items for him. Outside of game, you have the chance to influence his thoughts and thought pattern.
Start off a reset city fight, so feels pretty good for NIP to walk away with just the 1-for-1, considering how dangerous that situation ended up being, despite JJ and Fofo being the ones that get collapsed on.
We all know what happens in the base. Shadow obviously died. Herald was timing out. He had to put it in base, so it's going towards the top side as Angel's just poked out with the death rocket yet again. He's going to be backing away while this turret is...
Now, this game is already tough. Viego's ahead of the curve, and Rakan and Jinx went through lane without any damage. Like, if Rakan and Jinx can lane, like, these champions are unbelievably OP, I think.
Mako also dodges out on the Moonlight Vigil. Up here, however, Angel holds onto the E until the W comes out. But you can
Yo, Pepsio, thank you very much. Did you guys read the story of a man who was in a coma for like 3 years? And then he woke up, said Pepsi, and then he went back into coma. I remember reading this story, like, it was the craziest thing ever, man. Shadow is just not having a good time in this game, man.
And he just slaps him with the back end of his swords. EDG with a good pick, and you have to give props to Mako. That was smooth.
Yeah, it was, but also...
Shadow's really bored.
Shadow just didn't W over the wall. I'm not sure what he W'd for.
True.
Maybe thought the range was a bit...
Let me find that. Guy in coma wakes up to say Pepsi.
EDG, like, proactively shutting him out throughout a majority of the early stages. And, you know, the call from myself personally was I wanted to see Shadow on something where he would be the one initiating a lot of these team fights, and Wukong definitely can be that member. And EDG just decided to play specifically around this jungle matchup, put JJ so far ahead.
I can't find it. Maybe like this is...
Yes, between the two junglers, a little bit more than that 45 realistically. 10 camps, the difference between
Yeah.
Shadow and JJ right now.
That's got to
But
be
they're
the
sat
gold lead.
on almost even. Yeah, what is... This
Look
is
at
why
it,
I
man.
don't like the jungle role, by the way. Look, they're a Kindle gem apart.
True.
Isn't
But
that ridiculous?
still somehow, I mean, you look at towards mid.
After 19 years in a coma, man wants Pepsi. I found an article, but I don't know this website. Guys, just pretend I didn't say anything. That
It really is another.
I remember reading this shit a very long time ago. 19 years in a coma, wakes up and says Pepsi. Oh, woo, woo, woo, woo. Kisante's in a good position, good kiting back. Fat Nico ult. KSI is a fat Nico ult. Crazy.
Triple kill for Leave on the back end as well. Nico, Indy, Fofo, that was a great call, Jay. I was so astonished by it. I had to
KSI? I have to explain the reference because otherwise I look. This.
Can we hear your... Are you going to go for the 6 or the 7?
Can we test the waters of the 7 and then fall back on the 6?
Let's hear it.
Fat Neek.
Could you spell it, please?
FATNEEK. Fat Neek.
Could you use it in a sentence, please?
We get the POV from
KSI is a fat Neek.
Yes! Oh, this is from before. This is where... Yeah, Shadow just desperately tried to dodge out on the W and try and get over the wall, but I think realistically you have to pick.
Holy, Twitch play variety was quick with the booba. The lady was on screen for like 2 seconds. How's the gym, collega? I didn't go yet today. I like the play here from Ale, you know, disciplined, kites backwards, kites with his team, but this Q is flying, son. And then boom, Fofo with the invis.
Stopwatches. Photic can't get out the damages and JJ has stolen away.
I saw your neck.
And this is a triple kill. Angel can't quite do enough to get away as the Ghost was running for Leave.
And a much better game from EDG. I know it is early days where EDG threw away last time. A little bit later than this is Draw in a bit of trouble. JJ trying to run out. Shuriken's going to be taken, but Angel still has to be wary of one of the strongest members of EDG right now.
All right.
In that jungle. But it's an 8k gold lead. Like EDG, you have to say their first 20 minutes of the game, just like last game, have been exceptional.
While coaching, you even felt that you run on stage, throw player off chair and play in his place? No, I never felt that. I've thought that, but never felt that.
A bit of combo gold. But what else can they find? Angel jumping back in, JJ takes a big hit, so granted Angel is
The Kali pick is not it. I don't think the Kali pick is the problem, my friend.
Minions, okay. Is this what happened at the break? Oh!
I think it's just too big of a player gap.
But sneaky, oh hell yeah. Nico.
I link my thing from barking.
Dropped in the replay. That's so funny, man.
LNG top esports tomorrow? No, I don't think it's LNG top esports. I think it's somebody else.
But NIP.
Maybe it is. Is it? Is it LNG top esports tomorrow? It might be.
Right? Because the Dragon is gonna die before the Baron is.
Oh,
right?
damn.
So, before the Baron spawns up, rather. So once that Dragon's gone, then EDG can just shift all of their pressure and focus towards that top side of the map. And then NIP.
Do you think League will be better? No, I think it will be whatever. I don't think it will make League better.
Sure.
It'll just make League more stiff, I think.
He has been found. Okay. Press the alarm. Shadow with a double cyclone. Almost dying here, but whoa, Mako. It looks good, but the rest of the team are like, where are you going, brother?
Oh.
Angel jumping in now, has to buy time. He's already found one, the Heartbreaker. Not hitting, but they know where he is. Nice lens from
What was that auto?
Reset Nala. He's taking on the whole world.
Oh!
Oh, you gotta love Nico. This is why you banned the champion. Fofo has been.
I think this champion, with how W works now, it doesn't look so balanced. Damn. Bro, who's hiding there, guys? Whose head is there?
The 3-man knockback as well.
Oh, they hit him. We saw you.
And with that team fight, EDG are gonna close this game. Death timers are a little short.
GG, guys. 20 minutes.
I think this one is done 2-0 in 20 minutes.
20 minutes. What a recovery from last game. You're right, people might be up, but EDG are not playing anymore.
Bruv, I didn't even get to finish my pre-workout.
Right where they left off.
Yep, I knew it. They were going to be angry. They were going to be angry with the spring result. And I think this game too in particular, definitely showing a very clean opening early game as well from game number 1. And EDG want to pick up, as you say, right where they left off.
You meant a bit of calisthenics in the gym, collega? I just do pull-ups. I just do pull-ups. LPL is back in full form, ladies and gentlemen. We are enjoying ourselves. We are here today. We are changing the world as you know it. Fantastic. Let's see what we have on the menu tomorrow, guys.
You think for NIP there's a chance, and there was moments in game 1 with the EDG throw where they kind of came to life a bit, but outside of that, NIP didn't show too much proactiveness. They didn't really show much at all. Jamada, my biggest problem with this team is that there wasn't much done in either of...
Let's see the Zeitplan. Yeah. Basically, we have Top Esports versus LNG tomorrow. Woo! That is nuts. And then we're going to do K-Corp Team BDS Academy in the evening. That is going to be crazy, man. Top Esports. So I will catch all of you tomorrow. RNG versus Rare Atom. And then we have Top Esports versus LNG. And then the next day we have OMG versus Billy Billy. And Weibo versus JDG. Holy mother of Lord. Crazy games coming up, guys. Crazy games. The person in the chat was not lying before. I forgive you for making me call you out and say wrong things. What I meant to say is, forgive me. I am sorry. You are right. So, basically, the plan is LPL streams in the morning. Boom. Followed by this one. In the evening today, I'm going to go on Summoning Insight, so I'll catch you there, and then after Summoning Insight, maybe I'll stream some solo queue. How's the LCS schedule? Well, LCS? Where do we have LCS? LCS? Team Liquid Honda. C9 versus Golden Guardians. Woohoo! All right. I think what's his name? Wooloo. Let's just react to the news real quick, yeah? We're gonna make it into a video, yeah? A real quick YouTube video, alright? Ladies and gentlemen, for the homies that don't spend time on Twitter, I wanted to cover the NALCS news, what's going on over in the LCS. LEC Wooloo did kind of a good recap. I'm going to give my thoughts on it and what I believe and what I think is going to happen later. If you want to catch more of my content, make sure to catch my LPL co-streams because they're on and they're going and they're flying. Currently, the LCS is under a lot of heat and a lot of drama because the LCS teams wanted and voted to eliminate the requirement of fielding an NACL team. So basically, a big promise of the North American franchising. A lot of people were against the franchising because it puts a lot of power in the hands of the organizations and it takes away from, of course, the players. In a world pre-franchising, players could get together, make their own organizations and, get into it, right? Qualify. We had those stories of, for example, Origin with the XPEC organization. And then we had, of course, the whole story of, we had Cloud9 was also an organization, a group of guys that made a team together that turned into Cloud9 later. All of these things, all of those stories occurred and there was a lot more power in the hands of the players. The main promise and the main takeaway was that the LCS teams, of course, when they did this franchising agreement, they took the responsibility and the promise that they would use the franchising system in order to nurture and promote North American talent. And this is a promise that occurred to sell and make the landing of the franchising a lot more simpler and easier. And that's why a lot of people are up in arms. So the first thing, LCS teams have requested Riot to eliminate the requirement of fielding NACL teams. Riot has agreed to this request, citing the aim of achieving greater operational and financial flexibility. So I think a big part here, you know, is that as franchising did indeed create a massive influx of money in the scene. There was a lot of VC money coming in, spending big because they had hopes of broadcasting rights and the franchising slots increasing their value tremendously, similar to how the slots and the broadcasting rights are sold within the NBA and also some of the other franchise leagues in North America. This, of course, didn't really work out because esports fans don't really generate revenue. They don't buy things, they don't spend money on things, and you know, there is no way of localizing it because everything happens online. Nevertheless, Riot agreed to this request, citing the aim of achieving greater operational financial flexibility. The reason I brought it up was because teams did indeed get massive influxes of cash, but a lot of teams did overspend. You hear the rumors of the big contracts for very specific players, which I don't blame the players for taking, for get your bag. But in terms of how the spending has occurred, it kind of was happening in a way where they expect that cash influx to be real for a very, very long time. You know, it's like facilities were built, big contracts were spent, and now, you know, teams are bleeding for it. The LCS Player Association has highlighted that approximately 70 jobs may be lost as a result of this decision. So keep in mind that all of the teams agreed, right? All of the teams in the LCS voted to not make it mandatory. So 70 jobs may be lost as a result of this decision. They have criticized Riot for making contradictory statements and rushing the decision without proper planning and prior notice. They have also proposed an alternative plan. Out of the LCS, 10 LCS teams, only FlyQuest, Evil Geniuses, and Team Liquid have chosen to maintain the roster in NACL, as the remaining 7 teams have decided to withdraw. So only 3 teams are left in the NACL, right? The whole point of this and why people are criticizing this heavily, right, is because removing the obligation from the bigger teams that are within the region, this lowers the legitimacy of it all, right? It lowers the legitimacy and it lowers the competition, and you know, in itself that can be problematic. You're kind of hoping that other teams are going to want to pick up the scraps, you know, as a point of comparison, right? In Europe, the LEC teams don't have to have a challenger team. A lot of the teams even cooperate. For example, Fnatic cooperate with Team Queso, right, that have the spot in the LVP. And Koi has a team, Team Heretics has a team, because those teams are fully functional in the context of the leagues that are created, right? Like eBay created a lot of interest in the Spanish league, and there's a lot of other Spanish personalities that maybe I know less about in the community. The LFL is a standalone league, Carmine Corp. It is thundering and it's working super, super well. But of course, this is kind of the backwards way to do it, because that level of investment isn't there, right? And when it comes to the potential personalities, you know, there's conversations about this guy's Toast jumping in to make a team. You know, in a world where Tyler 1 made a team, this guy's Toast made a team, and it became, you know, very fruitful and you know, the league to watch, then things would reshape themselves super, super fast. And maybe there's an opportunity for that, but the incentives aren't there in place right now because there's no qualification. In response to the changes made to the NACL, the LCSPA has called for a vote among LCS players to stage a walkout as a form of protest. Last night, an overwhelming majority of LCS players voted in favor of the walkout. They will therefore not be playing in the LCS and can't be forced to do so. A very important detail here as well is the NALCSPA basically the player association. This is supposed to be a group that involves the pro players in the decision-making process of everything that happens in the franchising. The LCSPA was completely isolated. They were not involved in this decision at all. Players were not involved in the decision-making of the NACL at all, and they were kind of, stabbed in the back, kind of. In essence, Riot, were involved in this creation of this player association, but they've kind of basically said that the player association is completely useless and is all a facade. Right? That's why this moment in time is so important, because the LCS players that have agreed to walk out now in the form of this majority ruling, this is so important, because if there's a situation where this walkout doesn't occur, it just means that the player association is complete bullshit. And it's just a waste of time, waste of energy. It's just a dog with a bark with no bite, right? And this is the first time, I believe, something like this has ever happened in esports, where players band together to fight for their rights. And I think it's important, right? Because all of the power lays in the hands of the organization. But we will see what the outcome is. They will therefore not be playing in the LCS and can't be forced to do so. It has been reported, I need to add here, right, that this is the players that agreed to do this, they are going to have financial damage, right? They will take financial damage, and it's important to note that the players that have agreed to do this, they will not get paid. Sometimes maybe there are stipulations in their contracts that will even go so far to get them fined. I am not 100% sure. Of course, because it's a contract-by-contract basis, it depends on what's going on. But these players are going to take a financial hit. Luckily, of course, they're going to be in California. They can enjoy the sun and maybe rest up, because the LCS does start very close to the finish of MSI. It has been reported that the LCS team will be obliged to field an LCS roster due to an agreement with Riot that mandates them to have a competitive roster. This is also very important because teams are will be fined, right? They get fined for not fielding rosters. Like that's a contract stipulation. I know that is in place for all of the teams. Someone mentioned in the chat that Cali labor law states you cannot punish employees if they don't want to work. That is kind of crazy. Crazy that is in place, but I guess it's good that it's in place now if the strike, of course, is done and handled properly. Consequently, they will need to sign new players to fulfill this requirement. However, the LCSPA will attempt to mitigate those signings. So it's like here, I don't know who in the right mind would actually sign up to do this. I know there's been conversations in the community about some people supporting the players that will potentially sign for this, but you're basically like the players that are in the LCS are doing this for the people that might want to sign for this. And you playing for 1 or 2 weeks is not going to make or break your career. It's not a big opportunity at all. You're going to be there as a filler, and you will be remembered as the guy who undermined the process of the LCS players actually trying to achieve something meaningful for you. Additionally, I don't know what the circumstances is, but I think this would work so much better if rioters and the casters would actually also get involved in this. Because currently we only hear the LCSPA talk, and now they tell us that a majority vote has happened, but there's no face to this. There's no face to this at all, and I don't know if it's going to be impactful enough. And there is a certain level of danger, right? There's a certain level of risk, because I know that, if you rub Riot the wrong way, they will look the other way when they're making choices of who casts their games, right? So there's definitely that layer of risk that can occur. But it's one of those things that if you band together, you do it together, then they can't really single you out. But you don't want to be the only one doing so and being the face of this movement. That's the tricky part of this. So I understand why, you know, you have the circumstance where casters aren't going to put themselves on the line here, and I'm not asking them to do so. I'm just saying it would definitely be better, right? It definitely would be better for the overall impact, because it will feel weird if we see the regular homies casting games with players that no one gives a shit about, right? That is going to create a very, very awkward circumstance. The main question is, who is willing to outweight who if, for some reasons, the scabs are going to be put in place, right? To give more context, 50% of the current LCS players have been through the NACL. The economical situation of LCS teams is very difficult, as it has been reported that many are trying to sell their spots. I also know from sources that salaries have been drastically reduced in the LCS this year. Sources also say that the cost to run an NACL team is around 1 million per year. However, the LCS-PA alternative plan also addresses those issues. Additionally, each LCS team has been given 3 million by Riot in order to help them out for the LCS and NCL this year. For now, it looks like we might see the LCS start with teams fielding rosters of newly acquired players. Riot already announced their full lineup for the LPL Summer Split, including the newcomers of DSG. In Europe, this obligation of having academies has already been removed in 2021. Is North America prepared for a comparable change, considering that their path to pro has not been as successful as that of ERLs? Credit to LCS EV and Leader Grab for the reports. My DMs are always open for any sources willing to discuss this. Update since last night. This was 2 hours ago. The fight continues. The LCS-PA is actively asking players outside of the LCS to not join in the LCS as replacements. According to Travis Gafford, Riot is lifting the rank requirement needed in order to play in the LCS. Oh my god. That is crazy. We are heading into what might just be the biggest shit show of all time. We might just be heading into the biggest shit show of all time. This is going to be nuts. We are living and witnessing history. Because, first and foremost, right, some questions to ask, right? Whom are the players that didn't vote? Like, which players didn't vote are they going to be playing? Like, are we going to have, like, FlyQuest Prince dashing and smurfing on people's faces? Is that going to happen? Like, is Prince going to stomp on some bronzies? Like, is Prince... Maybe Prince doesn't give a shit, right? It's like, if you're a player that has just came into the league, you're an import, you don't care too much about the NACL, I can see that, right? Because there could be the situation where some players don't care and they're gonna play. I really don't know how this is going to go down. But I wanted to pull up as well the LCS player, basically their demands, right? Their demands are asked for Riot, just to keep everybody in the loop, is institute Valorant style promotion and relegation between the LCS and NACL. I think this is not going to happen. This devaluates all of the spots and also turns all of the teams into liars, because they have received financial gain and financial earnings based off of the promise that it's a franchise spot. This can't happen. The league will die before it happens, right? Riot commit to a revenue pool for player salaries of 300k per NACL team per year. So this is, Riot commit, right? This is 3 million per year that Riot commits, right? This is Riot solving the financial issue. You know, a very big issue here is that Riot never makes it public how much money they generate from esports, right? All of the finances, all of the power is in the hand of Riot, right? Here, Riot can, it's like, in terms of how esports is and how esports is broadcasted, it is always going to be very top heavy. If you look at Twitch, the way Twitch functions, always there's going to be a FOMO effect. You always want to watch the stream with the most viewers. Not always, but the majority of it. If someone opens up Twitch, they're going to gravitate towards the streams that have the biggest viewership. So everything is so top heavy, right? And the issue is, if you look at the investment of what you can gain out of the NACL, it's very difficult, right? It's like they need to create incentives for example, all of the big streamers in North America to get involved in the NACL circuit. That is the best way for how they can get their best bang for their buck. Like if I look at this, I think making NACL non-mandatory for the LCS teams, I think that's fair. I think the way they did it, in terms of how they kneecapped everything and did it so sudden, that is like the problem, right? That is the problem. If they had some kind of a basis where things would, the transfer would be more elegant, right? And there would be like more partnerships, maybe with colleges, maybe with big streamers that want to build teams. If this was handled a little bit more smoothly, I think it could have been better. Because in my mind, I still think that the NACL, there's an opportunity there to create something good. And additionally, the LCS teams haven't created something good out of it. Let's be honest, right? So it's like, even though I know the fight is to make the teams stay involved, how positive has it actually been that the teams have been involved? Because I think that's a very important conversation to have. I would be far more excited if they can throw enough money on Tyler 1 to build a team, and to throw in this guy's toast to build a team, and then maybe Moist makes a team, and then you get involved these personalities to make your league exciting and interesting again. Because in the end, that is what has made the ERL so damn successful. Camito with Carmine Corp, Ibai with, of course, with Koi. And I think this is where the opportunity lies, right? Because if you look at Europe, there are leagues that are dying in Europe too, right? The interest for the UK league / Nordic league is almost non-existent, right? And there's an opportunity there. Like you have Ultra Liga, you have the UK league. These leagues are fucking struggling, right? They are struggling. You're gonna put a gun to the LCS teams' heads and say you need to revive it? Oh, it's tough, right? So in my mind, right, I think even though I understand why you would want the NA LCS teams to run things, right, and to be involved, I'm just saying it hasn't been beneficial. So obviously the LCS teams are doing something wrong, right? And I think there's an opportunity to do something greater and bigger. I just think that the transfer period and how things occurred was just a little bit shady, right? Like if this was an open conversation, the entire time with the involvement of players, player association, we say over the next years, this is something that we want to do. I think, I would see that. But now it's kind of weird because the LCS teams don't see the value of it, and they rug pulled everything from below. Because I understand both sides of it. And I think the way it was managed is the biggest issue. Allow LCS orgs to partner with affiliates for cost sharing. I think this is super important. I'm even surprised that this is not allowed in the first place. Right? Right? Riot guarantees LCS minimum contracts for the following year for the 5 players who win the LCS Summer Finals each year. I think this I don't understand. Why the fuck would this matter? Right? Why would this matter? Why would this matter? Why would this matter? Which player wins the LCS and then doesn't get a team? I don't know. What kind of stability is that? Bro, if I'm winning the league and I don't find a team, bro, just probably everyone hates me or something. I don't know why this is in. institute a 3/5 roster continuity rule to provide players on released NACL rosters first priority in maintaining their slots in the upcoming NACL season if a majority continue to compete together. I think this one is strange, right? Because if you're in a world where you are working with, let's say, Team Liquid or FlyQuest, and then you are released and you want to still play together, what the fuck happens then? Because it's kind of contradictory to what you want to have in the first place. So basically, this initial idea, right, is, keep in mind, the ask of Riot is not to make, like, LCS, the player association, is not asking Riot to force the teams to do this. They are asking for the money for any team to be able to do this. So basically, if you qualify to the NACL, you get this stipend for 300k. And that can be Team Liquid or that can be any other team. That can be Moist, that can be this Toasty Esports, or it could be Yamato's Nutsack. Right? But all in all, I think in the end, the key thing for me, the biggest issue is just how everything played out. Because I can understand the reasoning from both sides. I can understand the reasoning from both sides, 100%. In light of recent LCS news, we will be delaying our start of the season content plans. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Let me see Papa Smithy's video.
Hey everyone! For the last several months, our entire team has been hard at work to put together a compelling new phase for FlyQuest. And honestly, I think you'll find our goal is pretty clear. We want to give the gaming community something refreshing to follow, an experience that legacy fans and new fans alike can look forward to and feel excited about. Now, I won't be giving away too much just yet, but what I will say is that this entire upcoming week, starting Monday, we'll be sharing a slew of content, updates, and oh so much more. All of which will be pointing towards this being FlyQuest's most exciting chapter yet. Now, I really believe that you're gonna love what we're doing here at FlyQuest, so make sure to stay tuned for everything that's gonna come next.
Okay. Well, my final words on this. I think it's like the NACL system, right? It's like they want to keep the LCS teams involved, but there were a lot of teams that were LCS teams that were involved and they did nothing with it. So I'm very happy in the long term for those jobs, for those slots to transfer to organizations and teams to actually do something meaningful with it. There was a lot of LCS teams that were forced to do this that did absolutely nothing with it. Nothing. Why should they still be there, right? I think the bigger issue is just how this process was done and how the transfer process was done. Because it happened like a fucking rug pull because the conversation wasn't in the open. What did he mean with Riot guarantees LCS minimum contract? Well, basically, if you win the LCS, you get paid for the following year for minimum salary if you don't find a job, which is fucking weird. I don't know why this is there. Bro, you're protecting teams that won the split. Like, you win the split and you don't find a job, like, I don't know, man. Like, if you win the split, don't find a job. Has it ever happened in the history that you win the LCS Summer Finals and you don't have a job? Jensen got paid by Liquid. Bifrost, okay. I don't know, man. It's a weird one. Bro, it would turn into such a meme, you know? It's like, you win the split, it means that you earned a 1-year vacation. See, paid vacation. you get a 1-year paid vacation. See. Nice. My point is, it's like, the ARLs are thriving because they are not relying on the LEC teams. They are their own thing. And the biggest boost for the teams over there, right, is of course it's like the Spanish casters, and the Spanish casting team has built up a massive community, right? The French casting team, OTP, they've built up a massive community. They have teams like Koi, they have teams like K-Corp. They are really, really boosting the numbers, right? It's like you have Hand of Blood, you have Spandau in Germany. But then if you look at the leagues that don't have this kind of boost, the NLC or the Ultraliga, these leagues are struggling, right? If Xayo tomorrow made a team and wanted to compete in the Ultraliga and he co-streamed those games, bro, it would pop off. It would pop off, man. It would actually be monstrous, right? And it's like, in the end, the partners you want and the teams that you want in the NECL, if you want it to actually be like really, really exciting, it would be, you know, it's like the content creators. There was streamers team in Ultraliga 2 and they could play in Ultraliga, but Riot didn't allow them to stream it, so it died. Now that's so fucking troll. That's like so stupid. That's so stupid. Final point, guys. It's like, I understand why the LCS teams moved in this direction, but it's just how everything was handled is what makes it really poor. Like if they said in 1.5 years ago, they said we need to think about the NECL structure and it's not currently working for us, so we need to think about it. The next 2 years, we're going to try to figure out the plan that makes sense, and we're going to work together with the players and other partners within the whole world, right? Like in America to make it work. That would be fine, right? But now it's like, oh, we voted on it and now there's no obligation anymore. And I think that's what is poor. In terms of how everything is going to play out, I honestly have no idea. Like a part of me is very excited for the shit show that is about to unfold. I am really, really like excited to just see this shit show unfold. Dom thinks players may have possibly voted yes because players are just lazy and want time off. That could be the case. That could be the case, but I'm not gonna make any assumptions. I'm not gonna make any assumptions. Thank you, Perksovich, for the Prime Gaming. And I can tell you this. This matters for the grand scheme of things so much. Because I thought that the LCS Player Association was a big joke until now. And it could still be a big joke if this leads to nothing. Then at that point, just disband the LCS Player Association and stop wasting time in these damn meetings. Because if you're just barking on Twitter and you didn't accomplish shit, then, you know, it is what it is, you know? And I don't know, the weirdest part of this is that I think these asks are so strange. It's like, this is not gonna happen. I don't know, this is just so strange. Like, this is not gonna happen. So what's gonna be the conversation at the table? What is the conversation that's gonna happen at the table? Allow LCS orgs to partner with affiliates for cost sharing. I think that's good. That should be in place. I would love to see that. Why is that not in place? That's happening in the LEC. Just do it. This is never gonna happen. Never ever gonna happen. Never. The top one. Never. The fifth one, okay. The second one, 300k is a lot. 300k is a lot, by the way. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. But the fact that number 3 isn't in place in the first place is really strange. Like, that should be like, yeah, it's actually, it's good. No, 3 mil was just a stipend on the one time. I don't understand how number 3 is not in, honestly. But yeah, I think that's my take, right? That's my take. I don't think there is much more to be said. I'm genuinely curious how everything's going to go down, but I just wanted to inform everyone on my YouTube channel and to give my take on it. I'm so excited to see this unfold. So we shall see. I'm just curious what kind of conversation. It's like, who's going to outweigh who? Who's going to invite who to the table? Like, are there conversations going to go down tomorrow? Like, things can change so rapidly. What's up, by the way, Crony? Are there actually going to be diamond players playing in the LCS? Brother, there is no ranked requirement. Riot is lifting the rank requirement needed in order to play in the LCS. How crazy is that? It makes the whole season useless. Yeah, it devalues the whole season. The whole season is going to be completely devalued. Everything is like 1 week already is terrible. It is nuts. There is like, if any player that legitimately wants to compete goes into this, brother, the teams that are gonna be fielded are gonna be the staff. It's going to be the homies in the back. It's going to be the chef. It's going to be the chef's uncle. Those homies going to hop in, man. Because whoever is worth their salt and actually wants to compete, you ruin your career by doing this. For 1 week? For 2 games? You think you're going to be scrimming? At this point, you know what the team should do? The team should do, we have an auction. Who wants to play the LCS? We have an auction, guys. We have an auction. Highest bidder gets to play in the LCS. And then you have like some massive sweaty Oilers spending like 100k to get like this experience to play in front of a crowd. Like, if that shit happens, I don't know, man. Pussy Slayer 69 on TSM. Oh, man. Ay. That's a damn disaster. It's a disaster. It's a disaster, guys. I really don't know what's gonna go down. It's like, I can't imagine the games. If Mike Oxlong is playing, bro, Treats. Oh, poor Treats. Treats. Holy shit. Treats joined the league, goes to America, had to sweat his balls off to get fucking visa. He comes there, gets food poisoning on the first day, and now it's like, ah, man. We're not even playing. Shit. Oh, man. What a mess. Well, it's like, it completely devaluates the season. The season is completely done. The season's completely done if bronzies play week 1, week 2. Like, What's the point of the season? Like, are the players even scrimming? Probably they are still scrimming, even though they are not playing, right? They should be practicing. Like, you need to be ready for when the strike goes off, you know? Yeah, it is good news for Europe. You have 4th place NA play against 4th place Europe for for the last world spot out of the West. That's great. That's just great. Oh really? I think at this point just hold an auction. Highest bidder gets to experience how it is to be an LCS player, really. Do an auction. Put it up on eBay. Do an auction. And we see what's up. Highest bidder gets to play. I would agree with you, Wunder, but usually like week 1, 2 result, usually if you're the best, you could be winning the whole shit now in playoffs. I think it will be fine. I'm like, some final words on this. It's like, what I'm curious about, right, is which players are actually going to play. Are there any academy players that have the guts to actually sign to think that this somehow is going to make their career? Spoiler alert, it's not going to. It's not going to. If you get offered to play week 1 and week 2 against some other shitters, your career is done. I feel, I feel pretty bad. I feel pretty bad for the imports. I feel very bad for the imports. Prince, I feel bad for Prince. I feel bad for Berserker. These homies, what the fuck is this, man? Like, what the fuck is this? Pioshik, honestly, Pioshik, he emotes on stage, like, he brought this on himself. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's my take, guys. It's like, I think the whole process was just too rug pullish, and they needed to, like, if they said 1.5 years ago, in 2 years, we will remove the obligation, right? And it was planned and it was, considered in a much better way. Then it would be better, right? They could have made preparations. And the fact that number 3 is not in place already is kind of crazy. Like, I would love to see teams. Yeah, European teams don't have academy teams. There's no, you're not forced to have an academy team. Would be very nice if teams could partner together with colleges, if they could partner together with other streamers, other brands. That would be super nice, right? Offset some of the costs and make fruitful partnerships. That would be super cool. I think that would be nice. Worlds is in Korea this year. Worlds was in NA last year. Yeah, LEC teams scrap their academy teams, yeah. It's like, in an ideal world, right? In an ideal world, you have partners in the NACL that have incentives to make NACL good. I'm telling you, keeping LCS teams in the NACL shouldn't be the end goal. It is not even the end goal of the LCS Players Association. It is not the end goal. Because just because these LCS teams are in the LCS doesn't make them automatically good partners to have in the NACL. That's why I don't mind that it isn't mandatory for them to have it. Because most of the LCS teams didn't get value from it. They just burnt money. So I understand their viewpoint. But I think it's important to make the transfer process of the NACL much better. Now we have this guy's toes jumping in. It's like Riot should have pushed to try to get the biggest content creators in America, incentivize them to get involved. That is the best money spent. Best money spent. If they can get this guy's toast, they can get OTK, they can get Tyler One, they can get whoever the fuck, spend fucking whatever money is required to get them involved, and that would make it pop off, man. Make it absolutely pop off. Give them LCS co-streaming rights, get them involved in any way possible, spend the money for that. That would be the best money spent, I assure you. Because the LCS teams, bro, a lot of the LCS teams aren't even good at marketing their LCS team. They need to make a team in LA? No, they don't. You can make it all online. Why does it need to be even a gaming house? Make it all online. They're not even good at League? Since when do you need to be good at League? You think Ibai is some fucking Riven OTP with 1000 LP or what? You think Kamito is good? I've seen Kamito play Cho'Gath. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are. Since when does it matter how good you are at the game? It's like, yeah, Mr. Warren Buffett, he made money on Apple stock. Well, he doesn't know how to build a phone. It's like, no, man, it's business. It's business. I think NACL, I hope that it's online, should be online. This should happen. And everything else is what it is. Bro, I would be happy if I'm right to spend this type of money even more. Does what you say also apply to the LEC? It already happened in the LEC. The LEC teams don't need to have challenger teams. And then the leagues themselves you have Spandau. You have Spandau, right? The Spandau team. You have the Koi team. You have Team Heretics. You have Karma and Corp. You know, these are very, very successful leagues standalone. You have teams in these leagues that actively have great viewership. And then it's the flip side sometimes, right? LDLC is like ceasing operations. I don't know what's going on there, right? It's like, it's tough times, right? It's like, what should I say? I'm not going to say that I know the inside and out about every financial situation, but feel like the Koi Rogue doesn't have such big hype from viewers as K-Corp. Honestly, Koi has secured a lot of fucking viewership, mate. Like, the fact that after the Koi Rogue partnership was initiated, Koi is one of the most watched teams in the LEC. Some of the Koi matchups are some of the most watched matchups. And this is in a world where they are not doing that hot either. Those eBay streams are popping off. But yeah. I see. Thank you, Sydney. And thank you whoever else said it before too. And if you want to create EU master structures, like let the NECL be a... Like, if the NECL can compete with Brazil and with the LLA, like, that would be super exciting. That would be super exciting, man. Make your own little America Masters. Make your own little America Masters. That would be fantastic. That would be really insane to watch. Let them get stomped as well, yeah. Let them. That would be super exciting. Every state should have own league. Bro, we don't even have enough players to fill the rosters if every state's gonna have their own league. But okay, guys, I really need to hit the gym. It's like the fucking pre-workout is popping off and I'm sweating bullets already before I'm even at the gym. No more wholesome Polish streams? They're coming. We're going to do one on the second. On Diablo release day, we're gonna do a fat Polish stream. Who do we raid, guys? Who do we raid? Jack Spectra? Guys, catch me tomorrow co-streaming the LPL. We have some crazy-ass games. Crazy-ass games tomorrow, guys. Let me show you the LoL Esports schedule. We have Top Esports versus LNG. And then we're going to watch Carmine Corp versus Team BDS Academy. It's going to be a good one. Catch you guys on the flippity flop, yeah? Bye-bye. Be there no matter what. We start tomorrow at 11. And I'll be on Summoning Insight tonight too. Summoning Insight.